Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Clutch Rainbow Six tournament. I'm Tolsma. With me today is none other than Fraser himself as we're getting ready for our third match decider to see who will get some well-needed prizes in as well.
Good afternoon, Toddesmore. It is a pleasure to be sitting here alongside yourself for today. I am ecstatic about this. We've got our third place match for today. That is going to be Activit-e versus Team 86. And boy, are we going to have a handful on our side. How are we feeling about this, Toddesmore? Are you excited? Are you pumped?
I
Are
I
you
am
ready to go here?
definitely excited. There's so much potential in both of these teams, and of course, the winner will get their share of their 3,000 Rainbow Six credits, so at least they can buy that fancy skins or possibly something else if they do decide to need some operators still. Team 86 didn't really do all too well against Imagine 11 yesterday, but of course, it was sometimes relatively close. They did have a lot of potential, and I think if they looked over the match of yesterday, they could be well prepared going in towards this one.
Yeah, I mean, I was honestly very impressed with how Team 86 played. In particular, I'd like to highlight Leighton. We saw him playing on that Clash, and I don't think anyone was really prepared for that. On Oregon, playing the Clash downstairs inside of that kill box quite effectively. I'm kind of hoping we're going to be seeing a little bit more of that, but also a player I'd like to highlight here, Curly. Man on a mission. He is absolutely gunning for his team. You saw it time and time again. He was getting the entry frag into rounds, and he was really impacting and influencing a lot of these gunfights.
Yeah, he's just been doing what he needs to do. JPM, the top fragger for Team 86 so far during this tournament. 26 kills for him so far. His kill death ratio and his kill his kill death ratio is exactly one. His trade is also on one, so that's not all too high, as well as his cost. But I think so far it shows that he's working his magic. Just the rest of his team needs to cover him as well, going in towards this best of three.
Yes, looking over towards the side of Activate. I'm excited about this one. We've got some recognizable names here. We've got Karmaz, Bomber, Stead, Sushi, and Grips. Sushi's going to be playing on an old account, so his name will not be Sushi in game, but believe me, ladies and gentlemen, he is just as delicious as ever. 12 kills right now, sitting quite happily up there at the top of the scoreboard. But one thing I'd like to highlight about him, his opening deaths has not been the best. You could really tell he is going in ham for his team. 3 opening kills, 2 opening deaths, and Todesma. Talk to me about this. Is there anyone else that kind of stands out for you here on the side of Activate?
I think Bomber and Karmasa have really been stable forces behind their teams. Just standing back inside, sometimes going for a little bit aggression, just racking up the kills as well as Sushi has. So I think those three players will be key to work their magic. But as you said, Sushi will be playing on a different account, and that is due to not being able to connect to Uplay, I believe, on this primary, which is a problem which has persisted throughout the day. So it's not because he's cheating and he's been banned, but it's something else. Don't worry.
I mean, let's not go that far. Let's not jump to conclusions. He may have done exactly that, but at the end of the day, we're just casters. It's not our place to judge or criticize. I'm looking forward to Karmaz in particular. He's a player I want to point out. You want to know why? Him and a Maestro, Lord Almighty. He knows exactly what he wants to do with that Alder. And boy, you've really got to have players like that that really step up for your team, having that IGR role saying, hey, you know what? This is what we're going to do. We're going to do it in a stunning fashion. Isn't that right, Toldisma?
Yeah, well, let's look at the maps as well. So, of course, the veto has gone through before. On the first map of tonight, we will see Activity pick that Oregon map, and they will be starting on defense, followed up by the pick of Team 86. It will, of course, be Benelux House with them starting on offense, and as decider, possibly, we will go to Villa, a map and loves a lot. And, well, unfortunately, she's not here today, but maybe she'll be watching and admiring these people playing Villa.
So a couple of things I'd like to highlight here with these map bans. Cafe Dostoevsky and Theme Park both go out as the second map ban for both teams. It's rather interesting to note that both teams had previously played on those maps. Activate were a little bit more confident, let's put it that way, on Theme Park. So it does make a lot of sense, apologies, that Team 86 would potentially do a bit of a VOD review, ban that out, take it off the board. You saw how Activate played previously, and they were very confident on that map.
Yeah, of course, Team 86 coming from a very tough loss from yesterday. They lost on Cafe Dostoevsky and Oregon. So starting back on towards Oregon is really important for them to turn it all around. Imagine 11 just walked away with that match. And, well, especially on the offense, Team 86 lost a lot of rounds. They had a 1-5 scoreline going into the second half, and they pretty much knew that possibly that would have been meant the end. So I'm hoping their offensive strats, at least the cohesion in the team, will be slightly better. But it's all time to tell for that.
Mhm. So, Chavity, thoughts with regards to the scoreline? Any scoreline prediction you'd like to make out here? Come on, you know I love talking
Ooh.
numbers and statistics with you.
Well, numbers are nice, and I would dare to say that looking at how Team 86 played on Oregon yesterday, Activity might actually have a better shot as they, of course, also had a 3-3 scoreline against their opponents of four elements in their semifinal. So that would give me a little bit more confidence going towards Activity, and I dare to say they would win this map with a 7-4 scoreline.
I'm gonna double down on that. I'm inclined to agree with you. I think Activate are in with a good chance. However, I'm actually gonna say Team 86. I want to see 7-4
Oh.
scoreline going out for Team 86 in Oregon. I think they've definitely got the potential for it. Activate, they are a solid team. You see it time and time again. The teamwork between their players is superb, exemplary. If you want to go that far, you can tell how drilled they are from scrims, from practice games, from competitive matches. They know how to work together as a unit, and you really see that coming out in droves with a lot of their drone work and the communication from their support players to their fraggers. But Team 86, I'm just inclined to say, hey, I think they've got a lot of good gunners on their side, and I really want to be seeing them stepping up to the plate for that one. I think 7-4 scoreline does make a lot of sense here, but I think operator bans. Let's talk about that, shall we? Got any thoughts on that?
Well, the Wamai has been banned a whole lot
Yeah.
this tournament so far, so you'd almost imagine him to be banned away. The other defensive ban, I don't really know, but a Mira could be very viable to be banned, and otherwise a Goyo is also possibly to be contested, as of course those shields are very vital on this map pick of Oregon as well.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree with that one. Goyo is such a powerful operator, not only for area denial, but it takes so much time, utility to get rid of a lot of these Vulcan shields. They can be a royal pain in your proverbial backside, especially when they're supplemented by Jaeger ADSs or my magnets. It can be really difficult to get rid of them. You have to burn out a lot of ADSs. You need to burn out with flashbangs before you can finally get rid of it with projectiles, which could have been better used against Maestro Evil Eyes or any other bloody thing in this map. So I think it would make a lot of sense if we see that banned out, but I'm more inclined to say that we're going to be seeing Goyo played out, especially on that bottom basement bomb site inside of Laundry and Supply. I think that could be quite powerful, especially paired inside of Freezer or inside of the Blue Bunker.
Well, the Goyo is an operator, of course, known to be a little bit more flexible sometimes, with, of course, having that factor or the TCSG, depending on what the player usually prefers, or, of course, whatever the team needs. If there's a lack of shotguns, the TCSG is pretty much a necessity, of course, just to bring out that maneuverability. The Goyo on Kid Storm's also a viable option, due to, of course, having that C4 that you can throw from downstairs, having that factor as well, possibly gives you a little bit of roam potential because you can still pick off targets on close range.
Yeah, so I think overall we've got a good opportunity for some solid matches. Oregon is a good place to start it off here, and I am very excited about this one. I want to see these teams adapting to how the other team played yesterday. I want to see them, using a lot of the time that they've had to do some VOD review. I want to see them adapt to how the other teams are playing. Taurus, Mod, sing it with me. VOD reviews are fun.
Fun reviews are fun. I've never done one. No, no. I've watched a lot of Counter Strike demos in my time. I think I've done at least 100 hours of those, so I do like some reviews and trying to get people to become better. But Rainbow Six Thoughts, that will be something for a later stage, possibly a date with you, but we'll find out about that one day as we're waiting for the players to be ready as well. We are prepped and ready, so I think it is about time to get into this best of three, of course, for the third place finish. And who will place third will also get some Rainbow Six credits. So I think they'll be going for some very well fights, as I believe they're now trying to swap teams as well. Oh, there just a little bit of confusion.
They're just kind of organizing things. We're just kind of sitting here talking, chatting, we're having a chill time. Now, we've got Activit starting on defense first for Oregon. I think that's going to be quite an interesting mix. I'm looking forward to this
Mhm.
match starting up. I want to see these teams absolutely hammering at each other, just as much as you do.
Well, I do like a sledge once or twice a day.
Oh,
I've played him today as well because, well, who doesn't want to bring a big hammer, slam everything open that you can? Bring that SMG as well for the moment you feel like the main rifle is a little bit too sluggish, because who doesn't feel like that every now and then? Uh, just a nice operator to destroy everything. Makes me feel happy. Just gets rid of every frustration you might have had during the day.
all right. So I've got a question. Okay.
All right.
If you could play any operator, any single operator for the rest of your entire Siege career, who would it be?
Oh boy. Um, I really have to think about that one because I like running around as Jaeger, but I dislike the utility use you could have over the entire round. So after a while,
Hmm.
you just really lose some of your pressure. So maybe Legion. I just
Hmm.
like throwing goo mines everywhere and just waiting that one day there will be that Monty running into the first one, walking back, pulling it out. Just to find another one just a few meters further, and that will make me very happy. I think it's time to get into the first match. Indeed, it will be Oregon, of course, with Team 86 starting on, I believe, defense. And hopefully for them, this will net them a first map win, because if it doesn't, it will be a very hard series to go in. And we've got our fingers crossed for possibly some overtime.
Well, I'm going to be excited for this one. We've got Activate banning out first, and for these attacker bans, I think we're definitely going to be seeing Hard Breach banned out, at least in some form or capacity, whether that will be with a Thermite, a Thatcher, or a Maverick. I believe Habana will be in play. That's my prediction here. I'm waiting to be proven wrong. Caster's Curse is a thing, but today it says no. Maverick going off the board first, which means Thermite could still be in play. Would you rather see a Thermite Maverick ban or a Thermite Thatcher ban, or potentially like a utility based ban like Capitao?
Um, well, it really depends on your team, but a Capital ban, if you are afraid of the zone potential he could bring in, is of course a very viable option.
Hmm.
The Monty, however, will be taken out by Team 86. But like that Capital ban, you wouldn't throw that in if you were to ban Womai yourself, because then it wouldn't
Hmm.
make any sense. So I would leave Capital open if I knew I could play Womai.
Hmm.
Uh, and well, with Womai not being out, I think Capital would be a very viable option.
Yeah, so we do see the Montaigne ban coming out there on the side of Team 86, specifically against Sushi. We saw him playing with that Montaigne yesterday, and he was very effective, but immediately countered by Imagine 11 by bringing out and utilizing that Legion on a number of rounds. Echo will be the last defense ban going out there, which means Mira is in play. All of your regular Plantinal operators are still in play. You've still got your Smoke, you've still got your Maestro, and I imagine Maestro will be the main pick for a lot of these teams, including Karmaz. I'm going to be looking towards him. I want to see him playing on that Maestro. He's very powerful and very effective with that. As we mentioned as well, we've got the Smoke and the Goyle both being brought in. Cade being brought out for those electric claws in order to deny that push from both Freezer and also in through the blue bunker. We know how important that hard breach can be on that bottom bomb site, opening up lines of sight to facilitate an easy and swift entry into the bomb site.
SM Ruck, I believe, is Sushi, will swap from that dock towards the Mira. I was already considering, after seeing that dock come out, that it would be a 6-pick to come in later on. Indeed, the Mira will be picked up on towards his laundry and supply room bomb site. And, well, we understand why, because of course it is very easy to then hold an angle towards construction, but Bomber is actually reinforcing it from the get-go, which then confuses me, because usually where we're now being highlighted by Easy, you do have the rotation, you then have a deployable shield, you try to hold it down just to have a little bit of a delay. Now also not having a bandit, it will be hard to possibly trick this wall, and with the Termite and Ibana both coming in, I think it will be definitely easy for Team 86 to open up those walls.
Yeah, I mean, you've hit the nail on the head there. There will be a very heavy emphasis on this Mira and holding down and locking down that blue bunker area. with that entire wall being reinforced down by elbow, it's going to mean, hey, you're not going to be able to play anybody down there. As you mentioned, you usually stack up a lot of utility, like deployable shields, ADSs, to protect the player to waste as much time as possible. Ultimately, they will fall back behind the wall and then reinforce it as they go if they have time. Seen a couple of free fires coming out by Leighton, but the first kill will be going down to Yuki as he takes down Nails in a rapid entry into this round.
He's going even more aggressive, trying to find Sushi as well. He will throw in the C4, will not deal any damage. Some drones already being destroyed on the side of Team A6, but with the pressure they have, it seems to be working out for him until Stad moves in as that Kaid. I wanted to mention before everything went south with those opening kills that it is interesting not to see a Tesher come out from the side of Team 86. Of course, now not being able to open the kill box if the Kaid Cloud is being put down. That means that the kill box is a more viable option to have with that mirror window. But if there would have been a Tesher, I think that mirror window would have been going to waste quite easily.
Yeah, so looking at where these mirror windows are set up, they are perfectly designed to try and delay and disrupt any attempted push coming in through Freezer. We see that wall being left soft there next to it, so that mirror is able to effectively contest. Cully recognizes there's no point pushing that direction, so they switch their approach vector over towards the northern side of the map, over by Big Tower, but Curly, he's getting lost. He's trying to figure out where he wants to go, and it looks like his direction will be the blue bunker. And that's going to be where the Ash is trying to fight off with this Cade. Wall gets opened up, a couple of pre-fires coming down by the Ash, but no shots land just yet. Flashbang goes in, multiple flashbang goes in. But I think it's working out quite well. A lot of utility has been wasted so far trying to clear out this kill box, and so far Stead has been doing a good job, but the mirror window's been opened up, and that's going to force a bit more pressure down onto Stead.
And I don't know where Stead actually deployed his second Electro Claw, as now he will spot the barrel of the Hibana, will fire some shots in towards the side of Team 86, who are actually already out of their entirety of drones, trying to find those kills in, but unfortunately for the offensive side, they can't make it work just yet. Stead with a second kill of the round takes down Assassin as well. That's both the Ash and Sophia taken away, as we do have the Hibana also taking a little bit of damage. Nades do come in, but it will be the Goyo shield kill from Leighton onto Sushi, making it into a 3-on-3 situation, slowing down time.
It is rather ironic there that the mirror was one to fall to that Goyo shield, his own teammate's creation, as Leighton shuts it down. Toxic Babe canister goes out, but Curly is in position to go for that plant. JPM and Leighton are both covering the rotate, but the pre-fire coming across by Stead with a triple as he gets his quad kill, but ultimately Team 86 shuts them down.
Yeah, JPM with the angle being held, of course, being the Hibana, getting a double, then getting the triple as well. So close for the ace of course, the Kaid to come in, but unfortunately he couldn't make it work. And I have to say, it was quite confusing to see the diffuser being killed, as of course they had 2 more players to cover it off. The kill box was smoked off, so that wasn't really a viable option, and the Hibana of JPM didn't hold the angle in time. Luckily was able to refrag, bring it into a 1-0 lead in favor of Team 86, and I actually figured that as the round progressed, it should have been in favor of the side of Activit-e, but in the end they just fell short.
Solid 6 picks coming out by both teams, from the Goya to the Bandit, and secondly also from the Sledge to that Thatcher. We spoke about it briefly about how important it is to bring these EMP grenades in order to disrupt and destroy any wall breach denial. It's going to mean you've got a much swifter access into that kill box, but also secondly potentially into elbow. I would imagine we're going to see additional pressure coming in by Team 86 in through blue, but also potentially coming in through freezer. It's an area that we didn't see them try to pressure just yet. The Goyo being 6-picked out I think makes a lot of sense. By Night they're recognizing, hey, we need to try and maintain control over these reinforced walls for as long as possible, so by bringing out this Bandit in addition and in conjunction with this Cade, it's going to work out a lot more effectively. We're likely going to be seeing a similar mirror setup. Generally speaking, you play them in the same positions. There's not much point changing them if the position themselves are good. And these mirror setups so far have been superb. The main thing is they just need to recognize where the pressure is coming from and how they can best try and deal with it.
Yeah, we do see, I believe, the hatch to be electrified, but I'm not sure if the wall with the mirror window has been affected as well. Stead already using both of his electric claws, the other one going towards this main stairs hatch, now being EMP'd already. Meaning that Layton already got some pressure in. We do see Bomber and Sushi moving up towards the staircase as well, trying to possibly contest it as a player might be close. But Bomber with his SMG will be spotted out by a drone, clears that one out and then falls back and stands by with his shotgun, hoping a player will move in. And the push towards this area, Fraser, does bring me back to the early days.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it so far, we know how influential it was trying to take that main staircase. You know, it was kind of do or die for a lot of teams. There wasn't a lot of point trying to take the hatches as the main point of egress or entry, as a lot of times you usually either push from the front or the back. Instead, we're seeing a heavier presence on that freezer side, as I think Havana might be trying to open up the hatches as well over there. I want to be seeing them try to push into the boiler room, and especially to try and take the blue area of the map. It's going to be so imperative for them if they're able to try and push in and get a foothold onto that basement section. I think that's going to be the way forward for them.
With Securely going incredibly low, still surviving, however. And I believe that's some pressure from Karmasa to come in. Karmasa himself doesn't have too much HP at this moment in time, but is still fighting around this construction area, trying to make sure that the side of Team 86 can't come in. Yuki, however, will be pushing through, will be going in towards the kill box, and I don't even know if Activit-e actually has a hunch. Some players still moving around, yet they are not holding this angle, and it could be that Stead actually expected a player not to move through the moment he wasn't peeking. See Curly pushing, he will fall to Karmasa. Refrag coming in from Layton. Now the push from Yuki will ensue as well. One kill for him currently. Looking for a second, but Stat has actually slipped through his fingers. It's going to be Stat and of course Sushi to have a follow-up, but only Stat alive in a 1v2. Gets the first kill, but once more can't clutch the 1v1, meaning that Team 86 is actually going into the lead with 2 rounds in their favor.
Both of these rounds have kicked off in spectacular fashion as Yuki somersaults and catapults his way into the bomb site, somehow landing with a kill. This time, he was able to survive a little bit longer before, again, dying. But to be fair, that's what you kind of want from some of these players. You need players like Yuki to step up and frag out, because you need to make an impact in the game in order to progress. And hey, what better way of doing that than waltzing your way in to the middle of the bomb site and taking down one of the most influential players, as Smoke.
I'm still a little bit flustered by Stat actually holding the angle towards the pillar area, but that was way too late because Sophia already scooted past, and it makes no sense to me how that actually managed to occur, just because there should be a player watching there, especially with Karmazin trying to contest the construction area. Why wouldn't you have a player watching the main stairs, as it is the, well, possibly any other way to contest that Jaeger?
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, I kind of want to see Karmaz having a bit more of an influence in this game, because so far, Stead, 6 kills, 2 deaths. Says a lot about his skill and proficiency with the gun. But you have to remember, this is not John Wick, this is not Gun Fu. You need to have your wits about you. And I'm looking towards Karmaz to have some of that 200 IQ. And as I say that, he's going to be doing just that. Valkyrie cam's going out to watch over towards the kids' windows to make sure that nobody repels on there, and if they do, potentially to land with a kill. Nego on cams, just double check where people are spawning to potentially allow Karmaz to go for an early peek if anyone spawned down in construction, but unfortunately nobody did.
Yeah, some pre-fires going in from Assassin, trying to create an angle for himself to then breach around in. Not sure what the plan is. He's trying to open up an angle towards, well, you pretty much open default, just to possibly contest Stead later on to Trick. And I think that is working quite alright. JPM now going on the aggression with the Ibana, clearing out some defaults and of course some Prismas in his process. Now trying to get in towards an angle to hold off rotations towards Attic, as Curly now goes to half HP, being tagged up. I'm not sure if it was a C4 going in. We do see some bandit wires now trying to contest this wall. Not going to be a success, however, as Layton will go low as well. Stat dealing a lot of damage, but still he is under pressure of his opponents.
Yeah, Swift opening to that wall, and that will be the Ash underneath just to make sure Stead understands there is no way to be down there. Bomber and Karmaz both trying to challenge out the Ash, but you know what? They recognize, let's not do that. The C4
There's
still
still a
up on the wall.
C4.
Assassin, come on, shoot it out. Neos takes
Uh,
down JPM as Stead is able to take down Assassin, which means your vertical control from below is non-existent at this point. This is going to be incredibly dangerous if the attackers decide to push on in regardless. But we're seeing Thermite trying to open up onto Attic. Yuki's down below to try and perform little of a roam clearance he can at this point, as most of his teammates are dead. He follows close behind. In a 4v2 situation, it's all going to be up to Leighton and Carly, who are both on very low health. I'm concerned here because they are so spread out on this map, and I'm worried. They're going to get split up. This isn't Scooby-Doo. You need to stick together. What happened to the buddy system?
Well, we do see another player going down. That will be Curly Leighton with a refrag still standing at this main entrance. At least he took down Nails, but he will be waited upon by Stat. Another kill for the Bandit. And we have to say, quite a sloppy round from Team 86, especially taking that early damage and also seeing Assassin trying to fight towards the upstairs area, despite there being two players right in front of him, throwing C4s up, trying to contest as well. A little bit hectic.
Yeah, I mean, gotta agree with that one. It didn't really feel like they knew how they wanted to progress there. We saw the push coming in primarily in through the main staircase and also the master bedroom. Generally speaking, you see a lot of teams applying pressure in through T3, opening up the attic before then rotating over with their hard breach to then try and open up a secondary point inside of the master bedroom on that generator wall to try and apply a bit of a what would the word be? Like a bit of pressure from both sides to then kind of constrict onto that bomb side. Unfortunately, it didn't really work out. You did see Team 86, they were stretched thin, and Activate were able to just push straight on through. Going back downstairs to that laundry supply bomb side. I'm going to be looking towards Bomber now, playing individual. I want to see him on that heavy roam, inflicting as much time and utility waste as possible here. I'm not really looking for him to get any kills, but simply wasting time upstairs. That forces Team 86 to go for an extensive roam clearance on that top floor and that middle floor. I think is going to be crucial for Activate.
Go.
One thing that Activit-e does still not do, and that is the deployable shield towards the construction area, despite them actually contesting it with their guns quite heavily. Now a run out coming in from the Vigil. This is so aggressive. Also the Alibi trying to put in some shots, but just having that deployable shield there would net you at least 20 more seconds of delay, at least some utility to go out from the side of Team 86, and it would just take you one or two ADSs around that position. If you do lose that position, you can still fall back, either reinforce it or have a mirror window there, as we do see Sushi now taking down Yuki with that mirror as well. Sophia going relatively aggressive early on, and even there are some dots, passive aggressive dots.
That's 4 dots. I think that's passive aggressive. I mean, I'm pretty sure full aggro is just 3 dots. Speaking of kind of heavy aggression there, Leighton getting 1 kill and a double kill to follow up close behind there. So JPM so far has been doing a fair amount for his team. With Bomber and Nails both off the board, Karmaz is finally able to refrag, but at what cost? In a 3v3, he's finally killed off as well, leaving it in favor of Team 86. An Assassin has been gunning it today.
It's going to be Sushi instead, just standing by, hoping to get a kill in return, or at least possibly two if they do want to make this round a little bit easier. Leighton and the rest of his team will be standing by, going on towards their drones, but Sushi is going on the aggressive with that Factor, standing by to possibly take down Assassin. Still a C4 in the pocket of that Mira as well, but unfortunately for the side of Activity, the Mira will fall. Only Stead alive. The TCSG has been rocking that gun so far, but only 9 bullets in his magazine. Standing by and hoping to at least get some clean shots, but it's going to be hard to clear 3 players if they do push in. Now there will be that execute, trying to get on towards the side, possibly to get that plant in. It will be a one-tap onto Curly after losing the first shot. Leighton now also going down. Once more a 1v1 for Stat, but once more he does lose it, as Assassin does clutch it out with the R4C. And this is painful because this has been the 3rd round where Stat has been into that 1v1, I believe, on this bomb side as well. And every time he just comes short a little bit.
Well, you know, looking at it, 2 out of 3, it's not bad, but unfortunately, it is not good enough as Assassin clears out that round. He was having to take a bit of a double shot there onto Curly to just double check, make sure he actually hit his shots. Don't forget to hit your shots. And did you know, Torismut, you miss 100% of the shots that you do not take?
What?
Yeah.
Since when? Has
Oh
that been
god.
something recent or?
Oh god, I think Team 86 are probably going to be a little bit traumatized after this round because we're seeing Bomber bringing out that Kavera. I'm getting flashbacks to Vegas yesterday. He did get that interrogation with Kavera. Do you think we're going to be seeing that again? Kavera, powerful operator, but not very, not used very often. It's very much a one-trick pony and not something you generally seen brought out at all in competitive play.
Well, especially if you know that your opponents are droning properly,
Yeah.
the Kefera should stand no chance. But so far, we've seen Team 86 losing a lot of drones early on. So far this round, or at least this prep phase, they haven't lost any. But usually during the round, they do run in those drones quite heavily, and then the Kefera could shine in quite alright. Of course, I believe Bomber is using that spaz. Of course, the shotgun is quite nice to possibly hold Fridge if you do fall back towards that area, just because they have to go around that staircase, and that's going to be quite a hefty choke point.
Yeah, I mean, you've hit the nail on the head here. The main job of Bomber will just be to waste as much time upstairs. If they can get an interrogation, great. If they can force Team 86 to go for that wrong clearance to try and hunt him down using drones and flares, that's going to be the good thing for them. But Yuki already getting stuck in with the action. As Assassin gets first kill onto Mzrak, Karmaz able to refrag, but at least you're there so early on. That's one of the C4s off the board, and that mirror window is gone. But so is Curly. Beetle down in the middle of the bunker entrance. A couple of shots landing now onto Habana, but JPM is low health. Nails is downed, but Stead is able to refrag as well as Karmaz, and it's slowly starting to fall apart. It's all up to JPM, and I don't think we're even going to need that Kavera to make some magic happen here.
And JPM not even destroying the barricade in its entirety, now clearing out some more default camps, as of course he's a little bit worried about what might happen soon. JPM to be hunted down by the Cavera with the Spaz 15 in hand, trying to sneak around, and well, with the HP of the Bahana at this moment of time, it should be smooth sailing, or at least an easy frag coming in for that shotgun, even on a slightly longer range. As you do see JPM again being spotted out by a cam, going around to possibly find an angle, but Karmaz is also on the prowl right now, trying to spot out the last player. But Bomber still gets that round in for Activit-e, gets that kill onto Kavera. So yeah, operator, completely viable.
Okay, I wouldn't go that far, but Bomber doing a stellar job at wide swinging with that shotgun, really showing a lot of proficiency there. I don't know if my sarcasm is going off clearly enough. Going over to Kid Storms as the next bomb site, and I'm liking the operator lineups being brought out so far, and in particular, I want to highlight something here. We haven't really seen Maestro being brought out, which is something that I was actually expecting. I imagined that Karmaz would be playing with the Maestro, but instead we're just seeing the smoke being brought out. Very valuable operator, not only with that shotgun for site reconstruction, but also with the secondary SMG-11. It's powerful. It is a minigun, if you believe in such things, but also with a plant denial and area denial available with those toxic babe canisters. It is crucial and imperative that you try and shut that smoke down ASAP. Those canisters only gain value the longer the round goes on and the less time there is available.
One thing I do have to mention is that we do see that Bandit come out to possibly trick the default place, or at least the closet that they open, and of course also to hold down that wall a little bit longer in the attic. But you could still use that Maestro to throw those impacts in and trying to trick those Termite or possibly Ibana pellets. And well, that happens if you destroy that floorboard, then angle one against one of the beams in the floor and possibly destroy that set of hard breach. But we don't see that from the side of Activit-e, and well, that also lacks an Elda, as of course it is one of the nicest weapons to have. Loads of bullets, decent damage, and of course quite a decent stability when you're firing it around.
I'm interested to see where Bomber is going to be playing with that FO12. The shotgun is notorious for its damage and just fear potential. We're seeing a heavy snack up now coming out from that master bedroom balcony, so I would imagine we're going to see another push coming in, an aggressive push here, as the LR is going to be challenged out, only a little bit of damage done onto her hand. She's not going to be feeling the pain as much as she would have done if it was a headshot, unfortunately there for Yuki. Again, the drone work's coming in, but it is being a bit wasted as Nails gets the first kill into Curly, and that's going to be the thermite off the board. You need to make sure that JPM stays alive because he is your only form of hard breach now. So we are seeing the verticality opened up now by Stead just to make sure he can try and deny it as best as possible. If necessary, throw down that C4 to land a kill. Yuki and Leighton both getting kills of their own. That's Stead and Bomber off the board. That's going to clear a lot of pressure inside of Trophy. We may see a heavy push coming in now and through Trophy and applying pressure into that games room area.
Oh, the EMP actually falling through the already soft breach area. Still, those Skyro spells will go off. Drones are also coming in, spotting out Karmaza, who will fall back to the white stairs. It's a 4-on-3 situation, favored currently for Team 86. The damage is being dealt against him. Leighton on half HP, Yuki on to 75 as well, but he will get the kill onto Karmaza as he does not expect a player to be around that white stairs area. Assassin will now get a kill to Nace as well as JPM will fall, but still there will be that refrag from the Ash, getting another round in for Team 86, bringing their total for this halftime on 4.
Far more concerted and dominant in form when you look at that attack. They struggled the first time when they tried to take the kids' dorms bomb side, and especially they struggled to try and take further in through Trophy and Master Bedroom and the last time they tried to attack that bomb site. So it's good to see them actually working it out a little bit as we have now swapped over sides. Lines being brought out. Global operators are quite powerful, especially when used in conjunction with a roam clearance. Lion, Dockerby, oh, they are great at trying to lock down and isolate any roamers. And again, you've got the Nomad on the board now, which is also going to help securing the flanks, making sure that, hey, nobody's going to do any runouts, jump outs, but also nobody's going to be coming sneaky beaky style through your flanks.
Well, I do like the line, of course, to the EO1D to slow down possible roamers from the side of Team 86. But I'm not sure if you're looking at this bomb site, if you're actually expecting roamers to come out. We do see Leighton also reinforcing once more the angle that we like to see soft for a longer time. So I think both Easy, me, and maybe you as well, Fraser, will be slightly disappointed because, well, the aggression that you can put down around that area to cover off construction is always just very valuable going in towards the rest of the round. Assassin now reinforcing one of the walls, but if you're gonna mirror window that, wouldn't you say that you prefer to have the mirror window and the reinforcement on the other side? So yeah, at least can play a little bit safer and also hold that angle towards the freezer area?
So yes and no. The reason why you'd put it on the left side instead of the right side, like you used to in the old Oregon, the reason why you do that is so that way you have a slightly better angle facing over towards Laundry Staircase. The downside to that is you are a lot more susceptible to getting shot, and if that wall is opened up even briefly here, that's going to spell absolute certain doom, because hey, you're going to be trapped in there. You have no way of rotating out of there. Swift and expedient control of that middle floor has already been established by Activit-e. I'm curious to see how they want to try and progress here. We're seeing the drone work coming in through Freezer, but I am inclined to say that they're probably just droning it out for now and seeing what is stacked up there. No smokes there just yet, but the line is close by, so drone work comes in. A little bit of damage is done onto Bomber as the first EE1T charge goes down. You've got Yuki playing on top of Big Tower. This is not how you play your mirror. This isn't standard step. Kind of standard meta right now. What is Yuki doing here?
He's learned from Hap, of course, the most famous roaming Mira in the world, now being Lion Drone, but Karmaza doesn't know he's there, it seems, as he's just looking downstairs. And Yuki could actually net an opening kill here if he does get a timing or at least a good angle on towards the Ash, who's now just trying to run away as well. Bomber on half HP at this moment in time. It seems like Activit-e is just giving a lot of room to work with for the side of Team 86. Leighton with the opening kill on towards that, as they're all grouping up together around this freezer area. Curly now being tagged up with the C4, could almost kill down Bomber, but luckily for him, he stays alive.
Yeah, I mean, a rapid push coming in there by Ash, shut down by Leighton. They lose a couple of players, but the line's ultimately taken down, leaving it just a Habana on the board. JPM lands the final shots, and one of the things you will have seen in that round, that entire push coming in through Frieza was shut down. That entire wall was open. That was a massacre. You could even see Leighton was able to line up a shot straight in through that mirror window, and over by supply box and by the rotate straight into Frieza.
And it was a little bit too painful to see, as you did see that offense just falling apart. Also, droning possibly a little bit off because, of course, a player in Big Tower, they never had a clue he was there to begin with. Yuki might have wanted to have a little bit more pressure in towards the round, but, well, this time for him, seemed to just be there, be square, and eventually try to get back towards the side to hold up that freezer push.
You know, I've just realized, you know how you always give castle to the worst gunner on the team, right? You know, you just say, all right, you're on castle duty. It's generally considered to be a bit of a demotion for a lot of people. I wonder whether they've done that for Yuki on mirror, and he's like, but I don't want to play mirror. Okay, you know what? You can place your mirror windows and just go off, do whatever you want. And he's like, fine, and he goes and just hides on top of T3.
Yeah,
Ever thought about that?
I'd never play Castle because I tell myself I'm too good.
Ugh, that's a lie.
Yeah, it's a lie, but as long as I believe it myself, it's sort of alright. Now, like,
Right.
the UMP just doesn't work for me. I don't believe in shotguns unless if it's the ACS-12. So, I just like to have a castle in my team as long as the barricades won't be blocking me, because that happens every now and then.
Well, speaking of castle, I do like the way that JPM is placing them. They are a royal pain in your ass. Not only that, they're also going to waste time and utility. You're going to have to potentially use one of your, one of yours off your lifelines if you have them, or potentially an Ash Breaching Ground to get rid of them. Unfortunately, Activit don't have a sledge on the board, which would be the hard counter to that, so it's going to be a bit of a waste for them. Otherwise, they're just going to have to waste like 10 to 11 seconds getting rid of it, and to be blunt, it's a lot of time to waste, especially in the dying ends of the round.
I see JPM just trying to get back towards the side, still putting down some barricades, as Curly is still on the roam. Some proximity alerts also close by, and of course some mute jammer set up everywhere, and they're just trying to get some control. And you see Activity being slightly scared, but the moment people start running out, it becomes a little bit more easy for the side of Activity to get those kills in. First one onto JPM running into a Claymore, then the second one from Nails on towards Curly as he ran out exact same position. Luckily, Yuki does get one kill in return, but loses Assassin in the meantime. It's currently a 4-on-2 in a pretty decent favor for the side of Activity.
Team 86 did have a major advantage in terms of the man count, and they threw it away. It's like a Britney Spears song, but worse. They lose 2 players to run out, one to a Claymore, as you mentioned, the second one to gunfire. Now that's going to put them at a bit of a disadvantage here, as they're slowly running out of players, and they're running out of time and space to try and hold on to. You see the Zofia pushing in through Trophy, and there's 2 players stacked up there. One over by Kid's window, rotating over, likely towards the double window to try and apply pressure in through that A bomb side. It looks like the pressure's going to be coming in through Trophy into games, and I would imagine that will be the main focus for the attackers right now. Droning it out, which is good and smart. I like that, as Bomber's taken off the board by Leighton. He still has the C4 in the hands of Yuki, which could be used for planting now. Taker's coming away as Nails on a triple kill, leaving it just up to Yuki to try and stem the bleeding. The plant isn't going down just yet, and they have slight control. They could be going for it right now. As one kill goes out, C4 goes out, but it doesn't land onto the diffuser. Nails comes off it, but he's going back onto it now. M has to try and cover it with Habana low health. This could be all for naught right now. This post-plant situation kicks off.
With the castle barricade also locking in the Thatcher at this moment in time, will go for the face peak, and eventually Activity will win their round. Nails, I believe, with a quad kill, but Yuki had so much room and time to maneuver with at the end of this round, just waiting for that plan to finally come in. And I have to say, Team 86 had so much time to work with. I would have hoped to see some more success to come out in the end.
Yeah, I mean, that really did come down to the wire there, and I have to question whether or not that should have been the case. I mean, you had a 3v1 situation there, and they kind of throw it away. You could see that they weren't quite sure whether they wanted to go for the plant straight away or if they wanted to try and figure out where the player was. And unfortunately, that indecision did cost him the life instead. He pushed on his own. He didn't have the support of his teammates. And ultimately, it could have gone either way if the Habana had whiffed their shots. If that Thatcher didn't stick the plant, it could have all been for nothing.
Yeah, well, the problem was that the Bana holding the angle was on 1 HP anyway, so the moment the diffuse planter would have been killed by an aggressive peek from Yuki, it could have been over real quick if an accidental bullet would just fly or ricochet in towards some part of the Bana's body. Luckily for Activity it worked out, but still they are on a deficit, trying to attack the same side once more with Yuki setting up his mirror windows as well. Curious to see what it will bring to the table. No real pressure towards the attic. Of course, some ADS is being set up to delay. But you might want to say it would be nice to bring in a Goyo.
I do like the adaptations coming out by Activate there. They have swapped out from the Yana over to the Sledge, and that will be a direct counter to Castle. They recognize, hey, we're having issues with these, Castle barricades. We need to get rid of them. We still have our 2 frag grenades. We still got a decent gun. But you know what else we have? We got a swingy hammer thingy-majiggy, and that's exactly what Bomber's going to be doing. Look at this, doing some remodeling. Goodbye to your window. That's a cowboy builder right there.
Yeah, and if you look at Ant's stream, whenever you type !bloink in, you will get a great Sledge sound effect. So I can confirm.
Oh!
Goey! But why not
Kobe!
just repel there and then use your hammer as well?
Well, it's not as entertaining.
Yeah,
It's
that's true.
cinematic.
But
It's like a Michael Bay film, but like, kind of, no offense to you, Toldsmar, kind of B class. But anyway, currently getting the first kill of the round onto Karmaz, and that's the entry off the board. Karmaz going with all those flashbangs and the Ash reaching rounds.
And that is quite unfortunate for the side of Activity. If there would have been more deployable shields, that would have been great, I dare to tell you. As that is now trying to move in with, of course, an impact to clear out that bulletproof cam. Now checking for more angles, but not using his concussions just yet. It would be nice to possibly create an angle in towards Attic, so Assassin couldn't hold that angle either, as he is currently covering off possibly the plant position we've seen before. Curly with the flank as well, already having 1 kill on the board for himself, also having a C4, but now being droned out, meaning he has to fall back, but he could still proc a C4, and indeed he will kill onto Bomber, running into it. Meaning there's a double for the mute, and he's now going up the wide stairs once more to hold angles towards the side.
Yeah, so to be fair, Sledge had already used both of his frag grenades, but you lose a gunner, and Bomber has been so influential for their team. UK just holding slow, holding patient, recognizing, hey, there's pressure from this window, I cannot challenge. Curly's finally off the board there by Habana, as Stead picks up Assassin, and it's slowly unraveling the side of Team 86. Emrak is the only player left alive right now for Activate, and they need to figure out how they want to try and push here. Full health, no hope.
Yeah, that was quite a decent crossfire coming in right there from Team 86, now moving on towards a map point. Important to see them turning it up and at least coming back in towards this round, but you saw a lot of indecisiveness from Activity, eventually going for some aim duels, and then Team 86 actually giving that to them, despite them not really having the need to peek right there. We'll see if Team 86 can close out this match on Laundry and Supply Room after trying to play Kids Dorms twice. Luckily they won it the second time, and we'll see if they can close it here with a Twitch coming in to counter the Mira.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a bit of a flashback there for Team 86. They did the exact same thing or one of the teams, Imagine 11, did the exact same thing to counter the Mirror in that Cafe Dostoevsky match yesterday. We did see Twitch being brought out specifically to counter the Mirror. It didn't really work out as effectively as the drones were mostly getting shot out. Then getting 6 picked out towards the IQ. I think she's very powerful, and especially when you consider the electronic gadgets available to the side of the defenders right now, it makes a lot of sense. But my main concern here, there's not a lot of verticality that you can do with this IQ as you can in, say, Villa. So I'm a little bit concerned that that might not be used to maximum effectiveness. Again, we're seeing Leighton bringing out that clash. I spoke about it earlier on. He's very proficient with that, and I think he can waste a fair amount of time. Now, the main thing I'm going to be looking forward to here with Leighton, if he can waste enough time and enough utility on him, for example, Karmaz's lifelines, it means that they're not going to be used later on against his teammates. I want to see a concerted effort by Activate to try and get rid of him. If you don't see the Zofia, used alongside anyone else like the Thatcher or the IQ, then I'm honestly inclined to say I think Team 86 are going to win this at a 7-3. I initially predicted 7-4, but do you think I'm going to be wrong here, Tordisma?
Well, I also predicted that 7-4, so I'm just hoping that we both are right. We do see the mirror window actually in the closet towards the main stairs, being on the different wall this time around. Last time when we had a little discussion, you saw Yuki also look a little bit disappointed at his teammates, something which happens to me all the time. And, well, this position gives you a better shot at also quickly rotating to the rotation hole next to it to possibly put some pressure onto the freezer, which is again highly contested by Activity.
Yeah, you're already seeing the Ash taking point there. Stead already rushing on in. Just standing up on top of the little box just to make sure nobody kills him. But Assassin coming up close behind. There's going to be one player on drone duty. He misses. He whiffs. What are you doing, Assassin?
There
Oh,
was a
that's
drone and he
unfortunate.
figured he wanted to kill that, but unfortunately the drone was not as valuable as that player of that IQ coming in with the pistol. Bomber will get that kill, leaving himself onto 1 HP. Luckily for the side of Team 86, Karmaza has also fallen in the process, brings it back to a 4-on-4, and Yuki could actually still go on the flank here. Here's a player going towards that server stack, and there's the IQ exactly being executed. As we do see Stat still standing underneath his hatch, so the moment Yuki will overaggress, he will lose his life. There's no reason for him to actually peek or push this.
Yeah, I mean, he still has that C4 on the board, but you know what else he has? A double kill and the diffuser down in no man's land. As Carly picks up one out instead, leaving it just Zrak trying to pull this one back. Sushi, I'm curious to see what he will be doing here. I don't know whether he's going to be pulling this one back. I will be honest. He's a man on a mission. He's got that tape E9, but he doesn't have a life left as Yuki shuts him down. And what an incredible turnaround coming out there by Team 86.
Yeah, real strong and decisive win right here. Good headshots coming in at the end as well from the Mira. Just showing that Hap can be proud of the roaming Mira still up and running in the Rainbow Six scene. Now that the Mira will see more and more play. Yuki also possibly deserved the MVP right there, wouldn't you say?
Definitely. Honestly, he was influential throughout all of those rounds. You could see him time and time again really stepping up. You saw him all of the time on that scoreboard, regardless of the operator that he was playing, whether it was a Mirror or even on the Zofia. He was so aggressive. If you look at Ash Agermain on Google, it will come up with his Liquipedia page. Quite sure about that one. But told us more. Talk us through that game. Was there any highlights for you?
Um, I do like, for me, like the biggest highlight was probably Yuki and how free he was
Yep.
led by his team. Just his roaming pressure across the map was pretty insane. You saw him in Big Tower as well. But it also possibly highlighted one of the weaknesses from Activity, not really knowing and droning out the roamers at all times. Possibly needing a Jackal to cover that deficit, because in the last round as well, they first droned upstairs. That drone came back. Eventually lost the Valkyrie in a fight against the IQ. But the weird thing was, there was still that Mira upstairs. It came down not longer than half a minute later.
Yeah, I mean, I do really want to see Activity kind of work on their flank watch, setting up these flank drones in positions to make sure nobody's going to come down freezer stairs, the main staircase, big tower staircase as an example. Maybe potentially consider bringing out a gridlock. We know how powerful her track stingers can be to shut down these lines of entry to make sure, hey, they're not going to come down behind us. They're not going to shoot us in the back. They're not going to stabby us with a gun. I don't know how that works. Potentially, you got a bayonet on top of your
Yeah.
vector, but honestly, hey, maybe that would be a good a good buff for Mira. Just stick like a bayonet on there.
Yeah, you already have it on the elite skin of Sophia, so why not bring it into the Vector? It's a much lighter gun, I would say, so it's easier to stab,
I mean,
right?
I'm tiny, so like, I mean, what you're saying is light. It's heavy for me.
Well, you're not that tiny compared to me, right?
I'm like 5'4". I'm
I have
like
no clue.
I
Metrics?
Yes.
All right, I will Google 5'4"
I'm
in
like
centimeter.
slightly shorter. So I met you
Oh yeah,
at Benelux Finals season 4 or season 3. I can't remember which.
numbers.
You were kind of tall. You
Yeah,
were your
I've just calculated it by Google,
Yep.
and apparently, I think you are like 10 centimeters shorter than I am. So I think, yeah, you're
Ah,
just a wee bit, but that's just because I eat more potatoes as a Dutch guy, right? No, you eat a lot of potatoes as well.
well, I mean, according to my R6 tracker, apparently I do. But
Oh,
anyway, let's get back on topic here. Okay, an incredible matchup coming up there. I thoroughly enjoyed that one. Oregon was a blast. I was really impressed by both teams. Team 86 in particular, I do have to highlight them. We saw them really coming into their own, and you could see their players all stepping up and filling their own niche roles. You're looking over towards Curly, consistently working as a support player, getting the walls opened up. You could see Yuki doing Yuki things, i.e., running down and somehow getting a 3k before immediately dying and expiring, going on to flank watch cams. I want to see Assassin really pairing up with Yuki a little bit more. The synergy that they have together and the chaos and mayhem that they can cause when working together effectively, whilst being supported by their support players with the drum works and the communication, I think is absolutely pivotal for them. Bomber for me stood out time after time. He was really stepping up into his own, and you can tell how confident he is with that smoke.
yeah, well, let's see how it will turn out on the second map. We will have a short break and a little bit of a switcheroo between our observers. Easy will swap out for Schreikel to come back, but it will all find, or at least you will all find out after the break, as we'll be going to Clubhouse. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Clutch Rainbow Six tournament as we're getting ready for the second map of our third place decider match. I'm Tulsma, with me is of course the most beautiful man I've ever seen to my left side, apart possibly from Hap because he's rather good looking, I have to say, but he doesn't bring the style that you bring, Fraser.
I do have to admit that Hap is glorious, and it is a pleasure to see him here in our chat. He's not actually here.
Ooh.
He's not like he could be on my sofa, but he's not. We've got our best of three right now going on. It is Activate versus Team 86, and today has been absolutely incredible so far, hasn't it, Toldesma?
Yeah, definitely. I'm just considering possibly sending a cardboard cutout of myself to you, and then so you can put it on your couch, and it makes it look a little bit weird. But we're waiting for the second map. It will be Clubhouse. So far, Team 86 has seemed a little bit stronger, having more pressure around the map, having more freedom in their roaming possibilities as well, especially onto Yuki and that roaming Mira. So I think we're pretty set to see an interesting Clubhouse match.
Yeah, I mean, looking over towards the side of Team 86, they have really been stepping up and showing what they are capable of. They've got some really proficient gunners on their side, and I'm going to be looking over towards the dream team of Yuki and also Assassin, because he has really been stepping up today on that Ash. But also Yuki, Zofia, running on in, finding the bomb site, and getting 3 kills half the time. It's been superb. He's doing exactly what you want from your entry frag switches to entry and frag. What more could you ever ask from your players?
Yeah, I think the players are pretty much ready to go in towards this second map as well. As we said, it is Clubhouse. Uh, Currently, Team 86 is in favor. They could finish off this third. Wow, I'm messing it up here. My brain is melting, and
Are you
my
okay?
after dinner dip is catching up to me. The
Oh
third
no.
place decider match, of course, Team 86 can clear it right here with a 2-0 finish in their favor. But of course, Activity will be able to come back onto this bombs or match as well. And I'm curious to see if they will.
Yeah, exactly as you mentioned there. If Activate are able to pull through and win on this map of Clubhouse, then that will be pushing us to our decider, our third map of the best of three, which is Villa. But for now, we do have Clubhouse. Team 86 are going to be starting on attack first, and I'm inclined to say that's where they're going to be strongest. I'm looking forward to some of these bans. I'm inclined to say we're going to be seeing that Montaigne ban coming out. As per standard, Sushi is a god when it comes to that Montaigne. And it makes a lot of sense that we're going to be seeing Activate banning that one out. On the other side of that, I'm inclined to say, or correction, actually, I believe Team 86 will ban out the Montaigne. In addition to that, I'd also be looking to see what my banned out. It's kind of a standard one. How do you feel about one my? Because I've got some feelings about it myself, but I want you to talk first.
Well, I've played myself today in ranked, and I just wrecked people. It's so easy to be a more sustainable operator with, of course, some utility denial. His gun game pretty strong as well, and of course, still having a deployable shield to put down is just another factor which makes him really strong. Getting rid of that eliminates a lot of utility and a lot of stall potential from the defensive party. So a ban would really benefit a well more utility heavy approach to, for instance, Goyo shields.
Yeah, I mean, especially with my off the board, it's going to make it absolutely untenable for a lot of times to try and maintain control over places such as Dart inside of Blue. And especially inside a garage. If you're seeing a heavy pressure coming up through garage, you don't have the wise to deal with any of these frag grenades or flashbangs. You're going to have a tough time to try and hold on to that. Looking over towards Stead, I want to be seeing him playing with a Cade. We know what he's capable of with the TCSG 12. I'm hoping we're going to be getting this game started out soon because I am excited. And told us what, right as I say that, we're going to be kicking off with our second map of Clubhouse.
Indeed, it's Clubhouse's activity starting on that defensive side to see if they can at least get a good start going for him against Team 86. First ban, of course, will come from the defensive party as well, as it will always be. And we'll be curious to see what it will be. Possibly a hard destructor. As you said, Team 86 will most likely be the party to ban out that Monty.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe a Maverick or a Thatcher should be the first to be eliminated.
Yeah, I
Ibana.
mean, as you mentioned there, Hard Breach is the name of the game here, and Habana off the board. Potentially, we will be seeing a Maverick or a Thatcher slipping on by. I want to see Team 86 banning out the Montaigne again. I think it makes a lot of sense, and it shows the levels of knowledge that they have against their opponents. I think a Thatcher would still be a strong, viable ban, but I don't know how to feel about this. Maverick off the board means Montaigne is in play. We're likely going to be seeing Sushi playing in there, and as a direct result of that, I imagine we're going to be seeing a heavy usage of that Montaigne inside of Garage or inside of Blue if we do see it being brought out. Next bans are going to be coming on through, and I imagine we're likely going to be seeing some form of plant denial being brought out, whether it's like, an Echo or a Mirror potentially. Well, mine's going to be off board first. It makes a lot of sense. What about Intel? Okay, you've got operators like Valkyrie, Pulse. Do you think any of them could go through?
Well, the Valkyrie is quite often banned on this map as well, just because when you're going on to, well, whatever bomb site, you will still have those camps to get a lot of intel, and indeed we see Valkyrie being banned. That C4 might just be too strong for most teams to take into account. It is a good denial of a plant, it's a good denial of possible soft breaching to create vertical angles for instance, a sledge. Um,
Hmm.
it's so much safer and so much easier to get rid of that operator. It doesn't force you to go into an IQ anymore, despite Leighton actually going to pick it up anyway.
So we are seeing a fair amount of plant denial available towards the side of the defenders right now. We're going to be looking towards Activit, bringing out the Smoke and the Maestro, 2 sets of plant denial as well. You also potentially have a C4 coming out by Sushi. Playing on that Goyle, going for a 6-pick. I'm curious to see who he'll be playing. Whether he's going to be sticking with that, and he will be, which means he'll likely have either the C4 or the impact grenades. I'm inclined to say he will have the C4 since you've already got the Smoke and the Maestro to do the site reconstruction. Makes a lot more sense to have either the impacts for, impact tricking, or secondly, the C4 for plant denial. And again, being able to play hot potato on that kitchen floor, I think that's going to be really important for the side of Team Activate.
Interesting to see Team 86, of course, now bringing that IQ as well. As we said, of course, the Valkyrie has been banned out, so there's a lot less utility to deny. Now you're mainly focusing possibly on goo mines, possibly spotting out a Maestro cam and those ADSs, but the real value, it's not really that clear to me at this moment in time. So possibly Leighton could have gone for a more utility-heavy operator. For instance, the Capitao, we've said it before. Also on this map, he is highly valuable.
Yeah, I mean, IQ is a powerful operator in her own right, but it's also heavily dependent on what the defenders choose to bring out. You know, if you're playing with a Vigil with a hard roam, it can be powerful. If you're playing against an Echo and you need to go for that plant, then that IQ is invaluable and imperative to your success. But judging by the operators brought out right now, there's not really a lot of competition on the side of the defenders right now. So I'm hoping maybe they're going to look at that in the future and they're going to say, hey, maybe we don't need to bring out the IQ just yet for this bomb side. Definitely makes a lot of sense for the cache CCTV or gem bomb side. There's a nice angle being held there by Yuki. He's going to be going up onto the roof to see if he can open up logistics hatch here. And that's going to apply pressure now on that top floor, making sure they can push down onto the bottom floor as Leighton gets the first kill onto Karmaz.
Yeah, Karma's actually at the bottom of the red stairs, going relatively aggressive, I dare to say. Team 86 was really slow and actually quite smart with their droning, trying to clear out whatever they can. And now we do see already that player advantage going in favor of that offensive side. The Jaeger going down means that blue is a little bit less easily defended, as we don't currently see a player standing close by. From the side of Activity, those ADSs being put there, and that does put some pressure on the rest of the map, with of course those sledge frag grenades to come in possibly.
Impact trick coming out there by Stade, but he's on very low health. The push coming in on that church wall was denied, albeit temporarily, as the smoke gets lit up there. He's still alive, but can't say the same for Nails, who falls down to Curly. Toxic Bait canister denying a push coming in, but JPM does not care. He takes down one before being refragged. Is able to get one onto Assassin, but might be too little too late in a 2v2 situation with Stead already so low in health. He's going to be reliant on Sushi to try and make dreams happen. C4 goes out, the push comes in, one's down, but he's going to have to try and challenge on two.
What?
And he gets him down! Is he going to be able to do it with the pistol? Stead needs to push up and support his teammate right now, but it doesn't matter! Sushi just makes it happen!
We knew Sushi was a great player, but just dueling it out with the pistol right here, taking his time to reload and eventually getting the kill onto the IQ as well. Just a great clutch, but very sloppy play coming in from Team 86. They had so much room to work with. And Sushi is asking, do you want another thought of me? Ooh, is this a little bit of flame?
Ooh.
Has there been a little bit of history between these teams?
Ooh, I mean, you and I have got a bit of history, but that's mostly me asking if you want to play and you never responding.
Ooh, yikes.
Yeah, sorry, don't mean to throw you under the bus there, but you know what? I'm gonna do just that. So moving into our second round here, and let's talk about that last round, shall we? Okay, the push coming in was almost perfect. You saw the pressure coming in from multiple directions, in through the main staircase down into Arsenal, but also secondly, in through Motor. We didn't see a lot of pressure coming in through Blue, and as you mentioned, the Jaeger was already dead. There was limited pressure coming in from Blue. I think that could have been something that potentially Team 86 would have been able to take advantage of, but ultimately it wasn't deemed necessary. They didn't drone it out, they didn't double check, and they didn't think to say, hey, can we go through Blue? They just stuck with their strat of pushing in through Motor, and to be fair, it could have gone either way if they didn't split up.
Well, we do see Karmaza again, of course, on that Jaeger, putting down his barbed wires. One ADS still left standing, will be deployed on the mezzanines, just to make sure that the player possibly contesting there will stay alive a little bit longer. With those Goyo shields, of course, there will be an extra layer of defense released, slowing going on towards that Monty of JPM. But a Legion would have been great to have even more impact towards that hefty, strong, and shielded operator.
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, when you see that Montaigne being brought out to this bomb site, they're usually being used to try and wrestle control of that garage over towards their team. But with the Goyle playing there, I think that does work out fairly effectively as kind of a quasi kind of lesion there. But instead, we're seeing the Montaigne coming up through the main staircase. They're pushing across, and they're going to be pushing in through the master bedroom. Ultimately applying pressure now into construction, which is going to be interesting because I doubt there's going to be a lot of pressure there. And as we're seeing right now, there's minimal effort applied into construction. That Montaigne should be able to burn out a fair amount of Toxic Babe canisters or potentially C4s here, which will be perfect. Bomber's already got one out. He's waiting to see if he needs to use it just yet, but he's choosing to hold on to it now. As Leighton pre-fires across into the bomb site, but he's not able to line up a shot onto anybody just yet.
Yeah, well, of course, Bomber doesn't want to expand his canisters early on unless if JPM tries to commit for that push. Meanwhile, we do see a little bit of damage going on towards Stead, who doesn't seem too bothered by it, still trying to contest whatever he can. Later now droning out a player downstairs. Here goes the Termite charge to possibly get Stead out of position once more, and indeed some vertical play coming in favor of Activit-e. Sushi will get another kill towards Assassin. Leighton will get one kill in return. It's going to be Curly also with the follow-up. Team 86 suddenly in the lead player-wise, and of course they still have that Monty.
Slowly fixating onto that bomb site. This is going to be the attacker's biggest strength right now. It's the fact they still have a minute remaining. Two Toxic Babe canisters have gone out, and the third is being teased. This being tempted. Needs to figure out if it's going to be worthwhile, and he deems it so. Montaigne pushes across. He is on fairly low HP, but he's going to be able to do his job of body blocking, providing college education for his team to apply this pressure. Neo's trying to hold onto the door as Bomber takes down Yuki. Double kill going down, and he's now in the middle of no man's land. Fires a couple of shots towards the IQ, but isn't able to land a killing blow. Sushi finally takes down Leighton, leaving it just to Montaigne, who is demolished by Sushi.
This was actually a very interesting turnaround. Bomber just getting kill after kill and bringing home that round in favor of Activity together with Sushi, of course, once again stepping up. I believe he already had 2 kills in this round, already going over in total of 7. So I think maybe actually a triple kill for him as well. And well, it's just been an incredible match so far for Activity. Sometimes being in a not so great position, but still making it out alive, now going to their tertiary bomb site of Gym Bedroom. And you'd imagine a castle to come out, and possibly also a Slash and JPM will do just that, but we won't see the castle from the side of Activity. So I'm curious to see what their defensive setup will entail.
Yeah, and I mean, as you mentioned there, you generally speaking are expecting to see the castle being played, 2 of them inside of the gym, and a third one usually inside of construction. That's going to apply a little bit more distance and resistance towards the, the defense to make sure that they're not going to be able to, the attackers aren't going to be able to shoot out any of the bandit batteries on that jacuzzi wall. I'm inclined to say that maybe we're just not going to see Neos trying to compete on that or trying to contest on that. They might likely put the bandit batteries at least on that mirror window. I'm inclined to say we're likely going to be seeing at least 2 batteries on the jacuzzi wall, and then 1 or 2 inside a bathroom. Considering the fact that these windows are going to be, you know, left entirely alone, I'm curious to know whether Nails is going to attempt to bandit trick this, because that might end up in his demise, and I don't think that's a good idea right now.
Yeah, that's why you usually bring those castle barricades, and of course possibly also a deployable shield to be a little bit safer with that drone hole being close by as well. So far we do see Activit-e still running around the side trying to redistribute their forces, and 86 again slow on their approach, trying to drone out, pre-fire at some places just to at least make it seem as if they're already contesting.
Yeah, so an even defense being brought out with pressure inside of Cash. But looks like Nails is going to be able to just bandit trick that with basically no repercussions whatsoever. He got it once. He's going to run away. JPM finally takes down Sushi, pushes the Echo off the board. Bomber also gone. That's your main plant denial off the board entirely. JPM on fairly low health, but he doesn't care as he's shot in the back by Karmaz. Pushing across now, trying to regain some lost ground, but the damage has already been done. They've lost some of their most crucial players thus far, and Nails on very low HP. This is going to be an absolute nail biter. As Yuki shuts down one before being shut down as well with a second, leaving it just Karmaz. Toddler, is Karmaz going to be able to do his one walkout?
Well, if you don't stop believing and hold on to that feeling, he could make this round work, but the problem is that the fuser has just been planted by Curly. Assassin will run into his own demise. There should be a crossfire standing up, and Curly will get that last kill in. That's a 2-1 score with still the lead in favor of our good friends on the defensive side. But, well, this round seems so convincingly for Team 86 that I think Activit-e will not be too happy if they have to go back towards the gym bedroom side.
I do have a couple of questions for that bandit player. I want to know exactly what they were thinking. Were they planning on, you know, putting down the bandit batteries and then trying to trick it, realizing they don't have a castle, and picking them off, putting them in bathroom, and then going over towards Cash to put them on the Cash wall over there? Until he realized, you know what, actually, let's just get a bash. Let's try and trick it out. And they get 1 exothermic charge for free. No Thatcher EMP grenade to deny it. We are seeing the Echo Elite being brought on out there by Nails, baiting out with the Maestro, only to swap out to the Echo, the inferior anchor player. I may be biased there. I might have a slight crush on Maestro. What do you think? Alright, Maestro, Echo, which one's better?
I prefer to play Maestro myself, just because, well, your camps are a little bit better reinforced than those yokai drones. The chance of your yokais just being picked up by an IQ are relatively high, or you'll have to put them in places where they often don't carry as much value. Of course, those yokais, you can redeploy them or at least move them to better positions later on, which is a very, very nice thing. And of course, you can instantly deny a plan to come in, but still, Maestro just fits my game plan a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, a powerful operator. You know, he's got that Aldar 81 rounds, and those evil eyes are magnificent. But to be fair, so is Echo. He's got the MP5 SD. It's a lot of, you know, it's a pretty powerful weapon. Still got that ACOG right now. This is pretty powerful. Karmaz wishing for the good old days, back when he could peek through them. Do you remember that? The good old days when you used to be able to peek right on through that kind of barrier. Leighton shuts down Sushi. It's going to be an early kill there. The Goyo off the board, that's got to be your C4 gone. And Karmaz is all of a sudden leading, left it all on his own.
Ooh, Leighton going in for a double kill onto Karmaza, who had just been drowned out before, but still figured he could win that fight. It was just a very clean peek in coming from Leighton, and that's already a 2-player lead in favor of Team 86. However, we do have to say that Activit-e was able to come back on towards this side with a deficit earlier on, after they, well, still had Sushi playing in that armory. This time that isn't true, but Bomber still with SMG, reigning supreme so far during this map.
Yeah, I mean, so far Bomber has been superb. That SMG 11 time after time he's landing these shots, which have been incredible. Curly putting down a flank drone in the middle of blue as we've got Leighton above to try and spot out any potential pulses or any gadgets. Taking down one of those Echo Yokai drones, which is going to be a massive loss to the side of Activate. We've got flashbangs going down into the middle of the bomb site, and Yuki's trying to figure out whether it's worthwhile dropping into Motor. Drone goes down, shot out by Bobber. 1 minute 15 left on the clock here. Yuki's going to be playing aggressively here as Bomber on that bomb chassis. He's got Toxic Babe Canister to deny the push as that first one goes down. Leighton at the bottom of the main staircase. I'm curious to know if Yuki's plan is quite literally run his way in. Probably takes in nails. Told us much. This is all starting to fall apart right now for Activate.
Yeah, Bomber being tagged up after losing one more of his teammates, then now running out of bullets and will go down to JPM in the end. A 4v1 will turn into a 4v0. Lucy Curly getting a second kill as that Fragmite. And so far it's going to be Team 86 coming back, equalizing the score. And with a 2-2 scoreline, they could actually get the lead in as well. They finally found their groove, they finally found their kills. And they seem to get so much easy map control every round. And of course, some easy opening kills as well.
Far more deliberate attack coming out there by 86, really showing, hey, they're going to spend a little bit more time droning out to figure out where these defenders are and how they can isolate them out in the best, most efficient manner. And it worked out very effectively for them. I'm looking over towards Cache CTV as the turn of the tide here for Activate. If they're able to hold on, if they're able to stem the bleeding, stem the flow of battle here, this might be the workaround. We're not seeing the Legion being brought out, but to be fair, I think that makes a lot of sense. You do need to be worried about these grenades, but the problem here is I'm pretty sure JPM will be playing with the grenades from below. You need to be worried about that. Playing inside a stock with those grenades, they can easily displace any defenders inside of there if the sledge chooses to play there. And you know what the worst bit about that is? Well, first, health and safety, but also secondly to that, you also are susceptible to the grenades, and the ADSs above aren't going to protect you from that. So, I really want to see that being played out. The fact that we're not seeing the Montaigne being brought out, there's two indications of what that could mean. Team 86 aren't going to try and take into construction in the same manner, because they were pretty, easily dismantled there in that last attack. But secondly, I'm curious to know whether we're going to be seeing them push in a more standard take from that CCTV wall. Applying pressure, clearing garage, taking top of catwalk, and then going in for that plant behind the B bomb as per general standard rank meta.
Yeah, well, you are telling us about those nades from below, but of course Sophia, Impact and the Breach rounds from the Ash as well could reign supreme if the drone game is strong and the movement from Activity is a little bit sluggish or slow. Here we do see Leighton putting some pressure towards the construction area, will be shot at by a prone player. Also a lot of players as well, as that is standing behind that Goyo shield. That would probably prompt either Assassin or Yuki to come close. There will be a punch on Karmasu with a clean shot on towards Assassin. And that was the Doc already working out quite alright.
Yeah, I mean, Doc kind of doing the opposite of what a doctor is supposed to do. And that's rather unfortunate if you're the side of Assassin. You might want to be putting in for a lawsuit in that situation, as he's taken off the board. Those of your lifelines are all gone, expended, useless. Stayed right inside of construction. He's wasting a lot of time here. He's still got that Goyo shield to protect him. Flashbangs going in, followed up swiftly afterwards. But look at that. That's unfortunate. Instead taking down Yuki, and this is all starting to fall apart right now for the attackers.
Yes, two of your operators, or actually your main operators, to clear out those shields already gone. And there's just too many to clear out nowadays. It's going to be JPM, Leighton and Curly. The three of them trying to come back in towards this round, still having to clear out those players. At least some ADSs have been eaten up, but there's still some utility around, as we do see Curly getting the kill onto Stat, trying to get another cheeky angle in, but so far he has lost a lot of HP, and they're probably at the mercy of their opponents. If they do tend to peek a lot, there still could be a chance for Team 86. But if there isn't a lot of peeking going on, I think that Activity should be able to, well, slowly win this round, just biding their time.
Time is slowly taken away. You've got the Goyo playing below with that Nitro Cell, and you still need to try and contend with Bomber on that smoke. The man is on a mission. He's done a lot of damage already with that SMG-11, and the C4 below, I think, is going to be imperative as the Toxic Babe canister denies presence coming in from JPM. Curly's trying to push in and play aggressive, but no one's going to challenge him. They don't need to. They just need to waste some time. Nails is able to get one kill into Leighton, leaving it now two attackers left alive. Carly on that hatch.
Oh, C4, baby. If there was a C4 from Sushi from below, that hatch would have been an easy target, but still some shots could have gone through. Unfortunately, that didn't happen, as we now see the vault in from JPM. Nails getting another kill as Curly does the exact same. And, well, this was an unfortunate round for Team 86, losing that Sophia early on, and then, well, also losing the Ash, losing a breaching round or two against the ADSs.
I do respect the fact that Activity were just playing passive. They recognize we have no need to play aggressive. We'll just hold our angles, hold onto the lines of sight, and we'll just play when they move. Reciprocation and retaliation is the name of the game there for Activate, and they recognize, hey, we've got the C4s below, we've got our Toxic Babe canisters, we've got our Jaeger in a shooty position, and it worked out rather effectively in that round. We're seeing the Kaid being brought out by Stead. I think it makes a lot of sense to try and delay and deny those hatches being opened up. We do have Thatcher on the board as per standard. We will be seeing that brought out to try and deny that. I'm inclined to say I think the Kaid is a good idea. You know, at the end of the day, there's so many places you can use the Kaid, right? Whether it be inside of Dart, on Church Wall, or on the, you know, the main hatches. I think it makes a lot of sense to bring that one out. And as well, when you consider Stead has been invaluable with that TCSG-12. Time and time again, he was stepping up and doing a lot of damage with it. You saw it. He was getting triple kills with that baby. And he was doing a lot of work in Oregon with that Kaid. Instead, we're going to be seeing him played with the Nitro Cell. We've got two Nitro Cells and also the Impact Grenades from Maestro. Inclined to say we're going to be seeing Maestro being used to try and impact trick on the hatch potentially. I'm excited about that. Being able to deny that hatch being opened up is so powerful. The side of the attacker, for the side of the defenders, you're able to waste so much time utility for opening up the floor just to make sure they are able to throw those impact grenades effectively. How are we feeling about this lineup so far, Todesmar?
It's quite alright, but like, they're lucky Team 86 doesn't prefer to run the multi as well, because otherwise they would have been forced to pick in towards possibly a Legion. The Goyo will have some effects slowing down a multi, but with those shields being set up usually in the hallway where Nails is currently running, it's gonna be hard to actually angle them in a proper position to also stop out a multi. Luckily, that's not the case. We're just biding our times, and with, of course, two hard destructors being banned out, it's going to be Team 86 really having to think about what hatches they want to open up, and of course what else with their exothermic charges.
Yeah, and secondly to that, we already see Team 86, they have gained control of that top floor. They've already done their flank watch, their flank drone stuff, thingamajigs, to make sure that top floor is clear. We're going to be seeing them opening up that main hallway. Just to make sure they've got the verticality below to make sure nobody crosses there. I believe they should also be able to get rid of that Goyo shield in the middle of the hallway. As Sushi's pushing up, just double checking, that dart is clear. Can confirm nobody's over there. As Stead is holding on to a nasty angle there, waiting for that floor to be opened up, or potentially for someone to try and challenge him. I don't think he can see him just yet. But just wait, there it comes. You're waiting for it. What are you waiting for?
What are you waiting for? Indeed, Stead is now noticing that a Goyo shield next to him has already gone down, as well as the motorcycle hatch will be opened up. No trick coming out. It's going to be that 5-on-5 still, with Stead taking a teeny tiny bit of damage. It's going to be a very long wait before we actually see a kill to come in. 1 minute left on the clock. Now the stuns will follow suit as well, but still no pressure towards the blue area, meaning that Karmaza at the end of this round might actually come in very clutch. Stead now throwing in the C4, not getting a kill. Breach rounds coming in from the Ash as well to possibly stop him. The exothermic charge has been destroyed, meaning that the church wall will stay shut for the time being.
Yeah, this will be an absolute frag fest on the side of Curly. He needs to try and apply pressure through motor as Yuki is pushing up close behind inside of blue. The drone works coming in. They're trying to figure out if anybody is behind machinery there, and that will be Karmaz. He's being lit up. He's able to do a little bit of damage onto JPM, who's finally shut down by Naos. Couple of refrags coming in, and it's a back and forth, ultimately working out in the favor of Activate. He just needs to hold on for 10 more seconds as the Zofia falls to Leighton. With little left to do for Leighton, he's gonna have to try and get that plant down some way, somehow. He's got the diffuser, but no one's gonna try and challenge him, and ultimately it's gonna come down to time as the smoke is downed, but not killed off in time.
Yeah, he even tried to pet his KD, but unfortunately, his play was just down. It doesn't count unless if he bribes Okidoki. But I don't think that is highly likely at this moment in time. It's going to be that 4-2 lead in favor of Activit-e, going strong on their first half. And of course, Sushi will instantly hover over that Monty. Will he pick it, however, going in towards the round? I'm not too sure. This might just be a bait to try to force Team 86 to pick the Legion as well.
I have been hyping up Sushi on that Montaigne forever. For the past couple of days, I have been highlighting this man. He is a gunner on that Montaigne, and to see him finally being brought out with the immediate adaptation coming out there onto that Legion in lieu of the Maestro, I think it makes a lot of sense. Yuki, hey, he's got to do it. Somebody has to try and counter this Montaigne. Time and time again, he has been such a beacon of hope for the side of Activate. And I don't think it's a massive surprise to be seeing that Montaigne being brought out. I really think, hey, they know how to play it. They work very effectively in conjunction with their gunners. Looking over towards Bomber and Karmaz in particular here, I'd like to see Karmaz stepping up a little bit more, especially with that sledge. We do see him doing a fair amount of good with that SMG-11 and the L85A2. 2 frag grenades on the board there. You've also got 6 flashbangs with no OMI here. That should be more than enough to try and clear out any of the ADSs that you need to worry about by Leighton.
Considering as to where the Monty will push, either main stairs or possibly trying to force his way down the blue area as well, just to try to get Leighton out of his position, because it's always quite difficult to contest a Jaeger there, and if you can put a, well, quite hefty walking door in there, of course that will make your life a little bit easier. Some teams prefer to possibly go through the dirt tunnel, but I'm not really sure. The moment you start to walk out of that dirt area and go in towards Armory, you always feel a little bit lost if you're a Monty, because, well, there's so many angles they can still contest you from. They can block you out with so much utility as well. It's really hard to actually initiate a fight from that point onwards.
I do think it's rather interesting we aren't seeing Capitao being brought out by either team, especially with the OMI ban bringing out, you know, frag grenades to try and clear out blue in conjunction with the Montaigne. I think that'd be powerful. Capitao would be superb at displacing any of the defenders that are behind machinery like Leighton on that Jaeger. Floor's been opened up just a little bit by Leighton, enough to apply some perceived pressure, just to make sure, hey, we know that you're down there, we know that you're up there. That's going to be the C4 already pre-placed, and Karmaz is going to have to be careful here. But that's a good bait there. They bait out the C4 going off. That's going to allow Yuki to do a little bit of damage, but it's only onto himself. The drone's going down, giving away his position, as Karmaz is now free to do what Karmaz likes, which is opening up that bloody floor.
We see some EMPs going down, clearing out the claw, as we do see Yuki under more and more pressure. Still, of course, having the impact nade. Also 2 Goomites in his pocket. We see some TCSG action coming down from Curly, learning it from Sad himself and taking him down in the process. That means no hatches to be opened up, but at least some nades to fly in. It's Team 86 now in the driver's seat, losing some floorboards of their kitchen. But at least they feel quite happy, especially as Bomber. I don't know why you would cross like that, especially if you know that you have been contested there for a long time. Luckily, he's been helped up by Nails, but again, that's a lot of health lost.
Look at how chaotic that kitchen floor is right now. Karmaz is taking point. going to be actually letting Sushi take the wheel there, as he's going to be pushing up. And you can tell he's already looking out for any of these Legion goo mines, pushing into motor, and if he's not careful, Assassin gives away his position. Pusher across, gets one kill, and he gets the second one. That's also diffuser down. In a 1v5 situation, Nails, he's got no opportunities, and a flawless round there. Cold as mud. What went wrong?
Well, that concussion going into the face of the Sophia, but there was so much going wrong. First, that losing to the vertical angles, I believe they opened up themselves. Maybe it was a planned action from Curly as well, because it seemed to work out really perfectly. But then also Bomber running across those vertical angles, of which he was already contested from earlier on, which was weird to me. Then you had two people dropping through the, or at least going down the main stairs, going closer to that motorcycle hatch. But then what you noticed is that the Monty tried to contest the player in the corner there, but Curly was from the other side, so if Assassin wouldn't have had that double kill, I think they would have still managed to come out on top, because Curly was already moving in to be the support they needed. And, well, from that point onwards, you already knew that round was over. Team 86 is already coming back a little bit on their defensive side, but of course they still have some room to make up for, as they are around behind. And after they possibly win this round, they still have to go towards their tertiary bomb side, which is, well, not really favored.
I absolutely adore these 6 picks. I think it's very fun to see the teams kind of playing off against each other in a battle of wits. We're seeing the Legion being 6 picked in to try and deal with the perceived Montaigne, which would likely be coming in through Garage. I spoke about it before, but the last time we saw the Montaigne coming in for this bomb site, it was in through construction. They picked off away from the Mozzie, which would have helped to try and disrupt and destroy a lot of the stonework and the communication that we're seeing coming out by Activate. We know how important it is to have information about the bomb site and about the rooms. They're figuring out where players are, what kind of utility and gadgets they have set up. This is all information that you get from drones. What does Mozzie do? Counters that perfectly. It denies you from droning certain areas on the map, and you need to be a lot more careful about your drone economy. We're seeing Margaret's already opening up into Garage, which is going to apply pressure onto the bottom of Catwalk. And, yeah, the Cat Electric is able to work out very effectively, and Cave is able to trick this on top of the Catwalk, and I believe this should get it. No, it does not. It's unfortunate for JPM, but he's able to push away, and he should be okay.
I actually expected JPM to possibly be able to contest it a little bit more, but of course the Kaid class do take some time to deploy. It's going to be very hard with those EMPs falling in to still contest that exothermic charge. Now I would assume them to be able to hold it off right here at the CCTV wall, but well, with only one more EMP, there's a lot of pressure on towards the side of Activit-e to make this work. But then there's fire arrows. Where is the second claw? JPM has, I believe, deployed it, but not in time, because I believe there was a boom and the wall has been opened.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it right now, I'm looking towards Nails. He's on very low health, and if Assassin is lucky, he might get the kill of his dreams. Nails trying to charge across as we do see Curly above, just making sure, hey, he's got line of sight over towards the breach. JPM holding on to that default plan spot as grenade goes down. It doesn't kill JPM, however, but that impact will. Pokeball, Nails, I choose you.
And it's going to be Karmasa with his SMG trying to contest. He's on low HP as well, so it's quite a risk. Curly now getting the kill onto Zed. I believe there was a run out from the breach himself, as it's going to be some wild aggression coming in from the defensive side, but also those angles being opened up by Activit-e themselves. Not contesting it any longer on blue stairs. There is still a player not really noticing is Sushi. He will get the down, but Layton still making it work and getting the kill onto Worsa Sophia, leaving it in an effective 4-on-2 situation. Curly coming in, trying to help out his Jaeger, and there's a player repelling, and Bomber now trying to go for the breach as time is running out, but JPM will clean him out, as it will be a flawless round, bringing it back to a 4-on-4.
Yeah, I mean, a flawless round coming out there for a second time by 86. Cool, calm, and collected They knew how they wanted to defend that. And you could tell, hey, they had multiple redundancies in place to make sure, hey, we're not going to lose control of Garage. We're going to remain on top of Catwalk. We're going to hold this for as long as we can. And we're going to make sure that they can't push in through any of the breaches. And it worked out magnificently. The lack of garage control meant that, hey, the attackers aren't able to push in behind that B bomb and start going for the plant. As soon as that post plant is down in that position, if you, as an attacker, have control of the garage and that breach, it's going to be nigh impossible for you to try and retake that. So very smart by the defenders to hold on for as long as they could there. Looking over towards JPM, time and time again, him on that TCSG-12. It has been beautiful.
Going to be the Goyo, of course, being picked up. Deployable shields, especially if they do tend to bring you some fire, are always nice to have. But the Mira will be interesting for me. JPM can hold off that Jacuzzi wall. And once it has been opened a little bit better, Yuki currently will deploy that new jammer behind it. It's the only breach denial they bring to the table at this moment in time. But, well, with the C4s also in place from 3 of their players, I think there will be some roam to come in from the side of Team 86, as the other mirror window most likely will be deployed in the construction area where JPM is currently holding up.
Honestly here, ladies and gentlemen, the only thing that is more lit and on fire than Carly's Vulcan shields is going to have to be Tolden's luscious locks in his face. That glorious mustache. Superb.
Yeah, I've really prepped that for today because I knew that when I heard casting with Fraser, I just need to bring my A game or else my looks will, well, look pale in comparison.
Torresmud, please, you are not happy. You always bring your A game. Ooh, shots fired!
Yikes, that's gonna hurt, as we're gonna see a slow approach. The hatch has been opened up, and Yuki's just standing by with a C4 in his hands, hoping a player will come in one day. If B2 come will mean that that new jammer will be denied. JPM, his mirror window will be opened up from below as Sushi comes in with that Zofia. Impact to come, drones to come out now as well. And they're trying to find the next target for Sushi to possibly open up the score, but he's holding a long angle, hoping to clear out a roamer that wants to come in with a C4 later on.
Yeah, exactly. As you mentioned there, having the C4s below is a powerful force multiplier. If you are a defender, it just gives you that added redundancy to make sure, hey, we know that if we, start losing control of the map, then you're allowed to go for any, flank denial. You can get a double kill onto Stead and also Karmaz as that Vulcan shield is pushing Yuki back. He may have to potentially abandon this position. That's exactly what he's gonna do. So over to the other side, but the team kill coming out by Bomber is only briefly exacerbated as Yuki gets downed and killed off. I think this is not going to work out. Bomber and Sushi, the last player's alive. JPM falls to Sushi. I'm worried here. This is falling apart. This is chaos and bedlam.
I'm just so confused as to how this round has transpired so far. Sushi now in a 1v3 after Bomber loses his life, trying to go in and of course use the angles opened up by himself. So for the angle, spots out a player on top of the bat, and Team 86 having a joy so far on their defensive half, and Assassin just throwing that impact in and cleaning things out. That's some very explosive ghoul mines, I have to say.
Well, I mean, you would be the expert in explosive goo mines, because to be blunt, I'm a bit of a buck main myself. I love the verticality that you can apply on this map, and it's a bit of a shame. And speaking of which, actually, we're seeing Karmaz bringing out that buck right as I was about to talk about it.
Baby.
Verticality is crucial. This is Game of Siege. This is not Counter-Strike, Todesma. You do not need to worry about just holding a millimeter pixel spot, right? At the end of the day, you can play how you want, and being able to open up the floors and the ceilings and the walls is crucial. And that's exactly what we're going to be seeing with the sledge being brought out by Karmaz. Opening up the floor in that main kitchen area, but also in the main hallway, is going to apply additional pressure onto that bomb site. It's going to mean that the defenders can't really roam there. They can't really, rotate between the bomb sites through that main hallway without fear of repercussions. It's quite powerful, and especially with the 2 frag grenades that Sledge still has. Unfortunately for Buck, he's got flashbangs. I think that's going to be really powerful, and I'm excited to see what Karmaz is capable of doing here on this operator.
Yeah, well, the Kavira makes me happy every day of the week, and I just want to see some interrogations. If you're playing against a Kavira and you hear one of your teammates say, "Oh no," you know what's coming, and you have to either hide or just get ready to fight to whatever is coming next. He's now trying to roam upstairs, spots out a drone, can't clear it that easily, but at least that will force him back towards the site at this moment in time. But still, going back to site means that Activit-e doesn't know where he is, and it could actually force them onto either wasting a lot of time or then using a lot of their drone time to clear him out, as Yuki's just standing by. He is that impact nade ready to possibly impact nade one of those thermite charges going on towards the hatch.
I mean, you mentioned it perfectly there. Having that Kavira on the board but not upstairs is going to apply a lot of ghost pressure onto the map. And at the end of the day, if Activit aren't droning this effectively, they might have to be constantly aware that there might be a Kavira coming up behind them for an interrogation. And honestly, that is bloody terrifying. Have you seen the lady? She's terrifying.
Oh, yes. Like, oh, is that a smiley face?
That's
the happiest of smileys.
Oh, look how cute that is. Late, you know what? He wins. Alright, you know what? Despite the winner of... okay, he might be having a seizure.
Maybe there's just something wrong at this moment. He's trying to send us a message like, "I am smiling, but I do need help because my mouse is breaking." His DPI is going all over the place. As Yuki's just standing by still, assessing with the opening kill onto Karmaz, the MP7, just doing the work. C4 possibly through this hatch as he is trying to contest. If he would throw it, he could possibly get a double kill. Oh no, he spots a player, instead making it out alive. But that could have been a second kill already for Team 86. However, I think that Leighton is still spinning, and we need to get him some support.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to click that follow button or check out our social media with Rainbow Clutch Rainbow 6, just so we can send over a paramedic to double check on Leighton right now. He is spinning, he is drilling, and he wants to make this round happen for his team. He's seen the pressure put in, and Nailers will likely be using one of his smoke bolts in this position to try and shut down Leighton. The kill going on to JPM shuts down the smoke. That's a massive kill. Losing that player so early on, Capitao smoke bolts, or Capitao firebolts not going in. Quite as I anticipated, an assassin is going to be downed and killed off by Stead with a pistol.
Yeah, but still there is that Kavira, as we now see Curly with the TCSG taking down Stead. Oh, here will possibly be an interrogation. He's being shot at, I do believe. Yuki trying to style upon his opponents as Nails will go down. Spaz still in hands as the Bomber has followed suit. 15 seconds left, so time is running out, and Yuki will become even more valuable as time progresses. As of course he's still not flank. Sushi trying to hold him down, but it's also Yuki being aware of it, getting the kill with these Spaz. Bomber pre-firing to get a kill in return, but with 2 seconds left, he will have to make a miracle happen. He can't, and it means that Team 86 will go to map and match point right here.
Well, what can we say? The Kavira worked out pretty well, just not in the conventional way that we would be expecting, Todesmar. Moving off over to match point. I definitely feel this could go either way. I will be honest, this will be the hill that I die on. I believe that Activit might be able to pull it back, but my prediction still stands. 7-4 scoreline. Team 86, I think, hey, it's do or die right now.
Yeah, it's gonna be a very uphill struggle right now for Activit-e. Bring that Capital once more. They make you happy with that pick, but they have to make you happy with the plays as well. It's so hard to offend here when you don't have more than one hard breacher. And we've seen that come out from Seth, either being picked up early or just so much utility trying to block him off, making it hard to play your normal game on the offensive side.
So I'm going to break the fourth wall a second here, Todesmar. I've just realized something.
Oh no.
You're casting from the parsec, aren't you?
Yeah.
I'm not.
Oh!
No wonder I don't have audio. You're like talking about booms and explosions. I'm thinking you're just like, you know, imagining it. And I've just realized, wait a minute, I have some audio.
Yeah, but like that's also due to, as you know, my pew pew history and
Pew
ploinks.
pew.
All those sounds, even if they are not there, I hear them in my
10 seconds
voice.
left
Like
Yeah,
before
like,
I'm
insertion.
so integrated into the API of the game.
have you ever watched
5
Police
seconds
Academy?
left before insertion.
I'm not sure.
Right, it's like a really old movie, right? And there's this guy, and he's basically like a human beatbox, right? And it's great. Anyway, but besides the point, we do see Curly play with the bandit below inside a garage, specifically to try and trick out any exothermic or Habana X Karos. You have to remember, hey, you need to open that wall up in some way, somehow, and it will likely be with the thermite.
I have to disappoint you. I'm now 100% certain I haven't seen that movie just yet. But if
Ah.
you do recommend it, I might, well, watch it later on.
Not
My
really, it's just a
in-laws have like the biggest library of movies. So if they don't have it, I don't know where I can find it.
So what you're saying is Netflix and chill at your house one time?
Oh yeah, baby. As we do see Curly once more being on that roam, of course, having a C4 in his pocket. I think the rest of his team oh no, Layton.
Oh no, no. Look away. It's gotta be.
It's better than what Dark did in the old days.
Really?
Yeah, he drew a certain thing which is not to be named.
I already know it's dark. I don't even need to ask. I remember
wouldn't-
one time I remember one time like I
Oh!
Oh, Yuki taking down Sushi! We're on about smiley faces, but he's got a bit of a sad face from that one. He's dropping down, going for the kill onto Karmaz, but he's going to be shut down as well as JPM. The energy that they had in this matchup is still going as Carly is able to trick one of his exothermic charges. Flashbang goes in, is going to push the bandit away, but Carly still takes it instead, and a 3v3 situation. This is still definitely doable for both sides.
I love how Curly is being waited upon by the termites, saying, well, if you're gonna wait and not let me trick, I'll just fire some bullets at your face and we'll get it over with. 3-on-3 situation, way too much aggression coming down from Team 86, losing 2 of their players after getting that advantage with the amazing touchdown C4. Layton with his bullet hole standing by as Curly has now fallen, meaning the bandit is off the board, but you still have that lesion. Mine's probably already propped at that window, and now possibly also one at the red stairs as Karmasa will be trying to push from the position, being aided by the drones, giving away some positions.
Captain fixating board is displacing some of the defenders as Assassin was feeling the flames, but Karmaz shuts down Layton, leaving it just Assassin left standing. Pre-fire's coming through as Net is able to get the plant down. He's sticking it here. It's Karmaz pushing up with that SMG-11. He'll be shut down by Assassin, but the pressure is coming across. The plant doesn't get stuck down as Bomber shuts down Assassin, and ultimately it does work out. They recognize there's no way we can get this plant down. We have to focus on this frag right here, right now. The collapse coming in through cash door and the cash rotate worked out to perfection. Even if one of them lost the gunfight, the other would refrag.
Yeah, like, I just have one thing to say about that round, and that is stupid aggression. Like, there was no reason for the side of Team 86 after getting that opening kill to still go for that jump out. I don't know who it was. I believe it was Yuki going wild, trying to chase down a sledge, which was downstairs outside around a corner. And also a player running into construction, figuring that after a player has just left there, it will be a very viable fight.
So we're still sitting at match point in favor of 86. We're seeing the clash being brought out as a potential last-ditch Hail Mary. You're Dutch, you know what Hail Mary means, right? You know, like, they gotta make this work. This is do or die, alright? It's like in any disaster movie, in any post-apocalyptic, movie, you've got that one heroic speech, like Independence Day, right? Have you ever watched Independence Day?
Yeah, I did watch that one, but of course in pretty much every movie you have the hero trying to do an impressive speech at the end.
Yeah, Idris Elba and Pacific Rim,
Yeah. This is the time. This is the fight of all fights. We have to win. If we don't win, we lose. If we lose, the world goes to shit. This is the time to step it up once and for all. We will lose many people, but a victory is all we need.
Oh
Something
my
like
god,
that.
sign my panties.
Sure, if you bring him out, then I'll have a pen somewhere. I don't know what kind of color pen you would need. Maybe silver?
I mean, like Sharpie. You can just use a Sharpie for that. I'm
Oh,
thinking
yeah,
like
yeah, sure.
a silver. Yeah, that'd be nice. Like silver and gold. It's luxurious. It's lush.
It's what you deserve.
Oh wow. Okay. Hi there.
Hey.
So anyway, we are seeing Stead in front of that wall. You should be able to open that up in a brief second as Leighton is on top of red. If they're able to open this up, it's going to apply pressure now, and it's going to allow them to flush their way in straight in through CCTV as Karmaz gets the first kill of the round onto Leighton, which is the Jaeger off the board. Karmaz is actively taking damage, but Stead should be able to push on in. They need to worry about the clash if they can try and apply pressure onto Hart whilst Leighton is able to open up the wall, or correction, whilst Stead is able to open up the wall. That will give them an avenue to start funneling in through cash.
Oh, it's going to be Sushi standing by with the concussion as well to angle it on towards JPM. I mean, they could clear out possibly the clash. Nails meanwhile takes down Curly as well, as now the concussions will come in. It's going to be the shield pew pew pewing from JPM, taking down Stat in the process. There's still a player lead in favor of Activit-e. Invisible shield now being held. Beautiful nail polish as well from the clash, as we do wait for the next kill to come in, but the diffuser has been dropped. Red stairs will be contested by Assassin coming in the back, going for a peek as well on towards Bomber, meaning we now have a 3-on-2 and Team 86 have turned it around into this round. It's going to be the Legion falling. Karmasa getting a kill in return, but has to pull out that needle, and we're waiting. We're waiting for a plant, but also for the deciding factor in this round.
We are waiting for a hero to make this round happen. It is do or die. This is the brink of it right now. Right now, ladies and gentlemen. If either team is able to pull this one back, it's going to move us over to overtime or over to the series point. 86, they need to make this one happen. They just need to hunker down and hold on to that construction doorway right now. Activate, they need to figure out how they want to try and attack, as the asphyxiating bolt is going to push on through and is going to kick up JPM quite substantially. Karmaz on the windows. It's going to apply some more pressure, but JPM rotating over just to try and apply pressure and distract and essentially just delay the attackers from being able to make any meaningful progress here. They've both stacked up inside of construction. We're likely going to see one of them drop down, and that, yeah, actually, that's going to be Karmaz dropping down to try and play with the grenade below. Also, to make sure there's nobody playing underneath with C4s. They need to try and deal with the clash, because as soon as they can do that, they can start pushing in the kill. Nay has the diffuser, but they're only able to do a little bit of damage onto JPM. Karmaz doesn't have enough time to make this one happen. 5 seconds remaining. He's stuck in a goo mine. C4 goes down, and Assassin catches him with the goo mine to finish things off, and that will be match point, series point for Team 86, getting 3rd place in the clutch Rainbow Six. Take it away, Todesma.
Yeah, that was just a clean win in the end, just playing the time, and unfortunately the nade of the sledge not connecting whatsoever. That means Team 86, with winning this match over Activit-e, will take that 3rd place. Of course, 13 frags for Curly, doing absolutely an insane amount of work. But yeah, 3,000 Rainbow Six credits to the side of Team 86, and I think they'll be quite happy about that one.
Yeah, honestly, it's a pretty good prize. I know if that was myself, I would definitely be buying some Empires if I could, if it was still a thing. You know what, fun fact, I once bought Wind Bastion for Thermite because I was playing at Atlanta, man.
Oh, and was it worth it, I have to ask?
Yes. I died every bloody time it's Thermite, but that's because I'm getting C4'd all the fucking time.
No, you're
But
just
anyway,
being baited by your team. That's the way to approach it, right?
respect your planters. And you know what? That was an incredible matchup. Activate Team 86, they were giving it their everything. You could really tell just how much that match meant to both of them, but Team 86 ultimately coming out on top. And Todesma, I honestly couldn't have thought of a better map to finish that one on. Clubhouse, Benelux House, it's your map favorite. I know you guys like this one on Coastline. Do you have any thoughts on this? Would you have liked to have seen the 3rd map coming into play here? Do you think that we could have gone all the way, or do you think at the end of the day, Team 86 were just the better gunners?
Well, Team 86 was on the better side here, but Activity had a lot of potential, had a lot of good rounds, but some sloppy mistakes, which eventually cost them a possible map win. On either map, I thought they could have had it happen, but there was just too many mistakes, too many sloppy things, especially on their offense. They just really lacked the cohesiveness to eventually get in and use their utility properly. So if they do manage to make that a little bit better in their favor, I think they could have a way better score against Team 86.
I have to be honest here, Team 86 really shone on Oregon. You know, the first map that we played here, they were absolutely on fire. And it wasn't just because of any Goyle shields, it was because the players were feeling it. They had their Weetabix, they had their G Fuel, Red Bull, a little bit of Monster, and also passion. They wanted to win, and you could tell they were bringing a lot of it to the table there. Activit, on the other hand, it felt like they were just struggling to try and maintain that kind of energy, the tempo that we were seeing being brought out by Team 86 was a bit of a shame.
Yeah, well, luckily, we're not done yet today. Of course, we will be joined by a special caster for the grand final. That will be 4 elements taking on Imagine 11. And Fraser, that means we won't kick you, but we'll upgrade you to a higher stage above us towards that endless position. I think my cam is now giving more and more curls, so that means we'll have to go to a break. And when we're back, we'll see the grand final. 4 elements taking on Imagine 11 in yet another best of 3. See you in a bit. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Clutch Rainbow Six tournament. As I, Toldesma, have been joined by none other than Hap himself. He's come from the EUL. Well, I think it's your scene for the EUL and of course the major as well. So you're bringing all the professional skills right here to the table.
I was actually on a holiday, as you can see. I had my Hawaiian shirt on, and I was like, "Oh, I have to cast." So I just quickly put over a blazer, you know. But it's good to be back, Chadwick. Finally, gonna do another cast, and it's straight away gonna be a grand final here in Clutch.
Well, definitely. But of course, we're not alone. We will be joined by none other than our most beautiful analyst with a quite lovely accent as well. It's Fraser himself, of course, dressed up to the occasion.
Hello there, Hap Toddesmer. It's a pleasure to be joining you. And Hap, you look, I wouldn't quite say sunburnt, but you're definitely looking a little bit redder than usual. I hope you've had a great day so far. We have been rather busy over here with Clutch. We've got our grand final up ahead of us. We've got 4 Elements versus Imagine 11, two brilliant, fantastic teams. And I think you're going to be fairly familiar with 4 Elements, a well-known and respected Benelux team.
Well, of course, they were before UX Gaming. Nowadays, they are 4 Elements, have been showing that they have even improved more during their off-season. I'm curious to see what they will bring to the new Benelux Cup, of course, coming up. And, of course, this grand final as well.
Yeah, I mean, we've got 2 very exciting teams here. I mean, as we mentioned with 4 Elements so far, time and time again, they've really been showing up and making a name for themselves here. They have been incredibly aggressive and very dominant, especially on attack. So I'm excited about this one. I know from my own personal experience with them, any map that they play on has been quite formidable, but in particular, Clubhouse, Oregon, and Coastline. Now, a couple of these maps we will be seeing today, and that's going to be Oregon and Clubhouse, I believe, for this one. We've got our best of 3 up there. And Hap, would you like to take us through this?
Well, I can definitely take you through this, Fraser. As you can see, first, Steampunk had been banned by 4 Elements as a response Coastline by Imagine 11. Really like that name, by the way. Imagine 11. It's a bit of a rhyme in it. But so back to the maps again. We are playing then Oregon first, a newest map in the map pool, really. And well, 4 Elements, they have shown some great progress through the Benelux League back then under UX Gaming. Let's see if they can also show some of these new tricks in Oregon. Consulate right after, chosen by Imagine 11, and that means the decider will be up to Clubhouse. Benelux House, as you say before, not my favorite map, even though you made us out for it to be. But yeah, it's definitely going to be a good series.
I think we've got some very interesting map bans here. In particular, I'd like to draw our attention over to Cafe Dostoevsky. It was one of the bans by 4 Elements. I believe that is in a direct response to Imagine 11's win on Cafe Dostoevsky against Team 86 on that map. Yes, so they told us was going to be all too familiar with that map due to, let's say, a couple of unique mirror setups.
And mirror windows, I was a little bit confused about. Hopefully, we will see some better placement this time around, because otherwise they might disappoint our beloved Hap. In the previous series, however, we did see a roaming mirror as well from Yuki. So I think that if players have watched that, we will have some great showing.
Now, one last thing I'd like to highlight here. Consulate is going to be our second map of the day. And you know what the big unique thing about that is? We have yet to see it being played out here in Clutch. Now, Hap, come on, it's Consulate. What can we be kind of expecting here for our second match?
A lot of clutches to come in, Fraser.
Oh, that's terrible. That is honestly terrible. All right, back to focus here. Oregon, come on.
Well, like, you can expect bad jokes. I expect there to at least be a win here for 4 Elements, of course. They will be starting on offense. It is their map pick. I think they will be the stronger side here. But I got my fingers crossed.
Yeah, I mean,
I got my fingers crossed too.
What?
How are we...
Oh my god! Synergy,
what are you guys
baby.
doing?
I saw that you didn't do it.
You know what? The important thing is that we are here to try our best, our Kanye best. And you know what, Hap? If that's not good enough for you, then
Fraser, goodbye. We're going right into the match.
Goodbye, I'm done.
Just go out. We go out. We're going to Oregon, and Oregon it shall be. Let's see how this one play out. Yeah, go, Fraser. Go. Go. All right, there we go. He did it.
As
Let's
long as
go.
you say go long enough, eventually he will leave. Just like the cheaters being banned every day, all day by Battle-Eye. For Elements, of course, starting on offense on their own map pick, Imagine 11, starting on defense, will have to ban first. So far, we've seen a lot of hard breachers being banned, and Maverick once again taken out of the equation. And so far, that's not really surprising.
Indeed, a Maverick gone. First one out. Not too uncommon in Oregon, especially with the Thatcher to come out now. And combination we often see is the Kali to come out to take over that role, especially for the bottom floor. Be surprised if we see some play coming out there as well. As the defensive band, Mira maybe.
Yeah, indeed, it will be the Mira. Ooh, the calls coming in already, but it's not too surprising. The Mira has been a highly contested ban on towards this map as well, quite many others. Well, my ban could also be coming in from Imagine 11. However, a Maestro ban has been conducted as well as possibly a Valkyrie or an Echo. It's more nowadays than we've had before with the standard Mira Echo ban, which we, well, happen to see this time.
Go ban indeed, meaning Maestro will be open, so would the Kaid be. Meaning Electro Class could be popping up on the meeting hatches, potentially also. Games room wall, or even attic. A lot of stuff where they will have to deal with, and there's quite some safe spaces, safe spots where you can put them so the Kali cannot actually get it with the LV Explosive Lance. For Elements, we'll definitely have to be prepared for that, because otherwise they're going to be struggling in opening up these walls to Chadrick.
Yeah, it's gonna be a quite heavy roam possibly coming out as the Vigil has been 6-picked in by Nitro. So I'm curious to see if that will be a success factor or if it will be a little bit overzealous. Of course, the Wamai now being open will be picked up instantly. And I'm curious to see how the Kaid will use his claws. Will there be one around that kill box area, which is quite common as it is hard or if not impossible to be cleared out by a Kali Lance. And as they are now even reinforcing this area around the kitchen, I'm curious to see if there will be a hole there from one of the players later falling back in towards Freezer.
You often see is indeed one of the players inside of the security box. It's quite an easy spot to hold, and you have the hatch to fall back through. Barricades coming up on the doors as well. We'll be giving away some information to Ozark in case he does get pushed. Vega's also up there, ready to support. Now, we did see the kids' bedroom hatch to be opened up as well, and that might indicate the fact that a player will be roaming upstairs, potentially trying to fall back all the way through there as the first kill comes in. Nestro getting taken down by the CSRX, and that's the first kill for Elements.
Well, Lucania has been on fire during this tournament so far, and again, starting off strong. Kali, usually not the frag heaviest of operators on the offensive lineup, now starting off as they take out, well, most likely the most important roamer, as of course a lot of hatches have been opened up in favor of Nitro. Ozark now trying to peek in with the MP5K, not getting any tags whatsoever, as it's going to be 4 Elements slowly approaching this, trying to clear whatever utility is close. And of course also Vegas, who is on those stairs.
All they need to do is push Vegas back as the hologram will be moving in first, and surely that should be followed up by one of these players of 4 Elements. However, no one coming in yet. Another disc will be deployed, and that makes sure that none of these flashbangs are going to be able to be picked up. Purple will be able to get a kill, and yet again, Ozark is going to be down here, taken out by the Yana. That brings the advantage back into 4E's their favor, as they lost their Kali. Has done her job. However, there's no real wall they need to open up for this take they're going up with. And with 1 minute 20 seconds on the clock, it's plenty of time for 4E to try and get their push on going.
scary part is, however, that the freezer wall has been opened up on its entirety. So there will be a lot of angles they will have to contest. Curious to see if they have the lifelines necessary to clear out the deployable shields, which are in place. And as you can see, Pengoro will lose his last lifeline to an ADS around the corner. It still makes it a full freezer player advance in favor of 4 Elements, especially as Monster now takes down Purple as well. Double kill for him in this round as they try to get close towards both the Kaid and the smoke, who has now deployed one of his last smoke canisters, now being under pressure as well. Brian will fall, and Chris as well with a kill onto Vegas. Clean round here for 4 Elements, only losing 1 member in the process.
Very clean round indeed, and very surgical, you can almost say. They knew exactly where they wanted to go for. It's not a normal take you would expect. Often players pushing in to elbow, pushing in from there, opening up the wall directly into side, take control of pillars and boiler, and that's how normally a push goes down. But Tori here deciding to go for the kitchen or the prep room, going down there, putting up some pressure, getting these kills, and even though they were locked in for quite a while, they were able to lock them out one by one and cut the pie accordingly. Good fights won, and that's the most important part here.
Yeah, we do see the Ella possibly coming out from Ozark, which might indicate some more aggression once more on the side of Imagine 11, as we just saw in the previous round as well. Something which we might be lacking right here is possibly that Maestro for those impact tricks towards the closet. But they also have a Mute Jammer, they also have that Bandit. Yet it is scary, as of course they can be contested by an Ash from below. And of course, some other utility, for instance, a frag grenade for Monster.
Quickly checking. Have those 2 frags indeed. We have some breaching charges just in case verticality will be needed to go down. But of course, we're playing upstairs. It'll be used potentially to open up some of the soft walls. If they find one, and that's a very interesting hole, an extension into the closet.
With an
Simple
ADS
grenade from below, though. Yeah,
yeah.
Like a simple grenade from below could end it all.
I'm really confused as to why he would play here. Usually it's just trying to contest it as long as possible, but like with a deployable shield as well, just one drone would indicate throw a nade from downstairs, clear both the deployable shield, and possibly also Brian S, who now gets a kill onto Monster. That's the Iana off the board. Luckily Pengoro with an insane pre-fire gets a kill in return, and a Iana trade for a smoke early on. I think that does favor the offense right here.
It does indeed favor the offense. There's no more smoke canisters they will have to deal with, and often this site is paired up with a lot of time delay to come through, as a quick opening of Attic right here will be making sure that 4 Elements is going to be able to keep him pushing. Chris just holding steadily as he moves through the Ash. I'm hoping to get another entry frag. They need to get that man advantage going for them. It's Pengoro on that scanner, trying to get some of the information, but won't be able to find anybody as of yet.
And Nitro slightly tagged, but he's just trying to stay safe in the kid's bedroom, and also having some support from downstairs. Vegas also opening an angle towards the big window, possibly to contest it later on, and of course also a plant position. 4 Elements, however, is stacking up around that attic area, not really being contested at this moment in time, and that is quite odd. There are still players downstairs that might actually come in for a flank later, but with the ADS just being cleared out, it seems like an easy approach for 4 Elements until Vegas and Nitro both get a kill. The momentum changes in favor of Imagine 11, now being in a 4-on-2 situation. Lucadia gets 1 kill with his SMG on towards Ozark, but still is in a world of trouble with, I believe, the Bandit now on top of those bunk beds.
Just freestyling a bit here, trying to get the drop onto Kali, who's only low on HP, so doesn't have much to live. Robinch is still quite high on HP as the C4 gets ripped but instantly put back into the pocket. 35 seconds. They're trying to get this pick in. All they need is just to get this one player Nitro out of play, because he still has that Nitro event. It'll be Purple to get the first kill, and as Robinch wanted to go for the refrag, will be shut down by the same color of player as well. Miss Purple able to pick up that double kill here. He's going to be putting 11 on 1-1 in rounds. Meaning 4 Elements is not going to be walking away quite yet.
Yeah, so far it's seeming to become a very tense final right here. Going to meeting hall and kitchen, and that's a bomb site in this tournament we've seen many of times, despite usually the teams in the major and European league going for the kitchen and dining. Hap, why would teams actually go for this bomb site rather than the other? Is it just a sense of personal preference, or is it actually a tactical thing where they
I
try
think
to
this one is better.
outthink their opponents? Really? Is this your favorite as well?
Yeah, well, I don't play anymore, but I think this one would be better because if you go into the dining, if we can just... I mean, yes, of course you have a very good shower hold that you can put up, but it's just easier to attack. You just go into the tower, you put an extra thermic on the floor, there's no way you can cancel it out, and suddenly the whole wall is opened up. All you have to do with is the player in showers. Now, if you have enough utility to throw at him, you'll do that for sure. Whilst meeting is a bit harder to attack. Like the tower, you can attack from below a little bit. You have that side hallway you can poke them from. So, and then even it's not able to just breach and go for the plant because it's really easy to deal with those players on stage, and especially if you're having a tower hold, what Imagine 11 wants to put up here, it could be quite beneficial to indeed go for the meeting hall, considering you have that verticality going for you.
Of course, those C4s from below are always a force to be reckoned with, as Nitro is trying to work around the pillar area here, but it will be slightly contested. Pengoro, meanwhile, going to half HP. I believe that was a scuffle against Purple, who had the upper hand there, but no kills exchanged just yet. And we're still in that 5-on-5, and slowly there will be more control gained by Robinchu and his team. Vegas will fall as the Valkyrie of the board, 1 C4 denied. Lucky Camps probably already deployed this. Also, Nitro will take some damage, and Pengoro in all worlds of fights already.
Have to fall back now, Nitro. It's going to be up to about 55 HP. Will still be inside of the meeting and able to defend the bomb site actively, as Purple now wants to rejoin them. The Kali, however, is trying to fight and combat into the attic. Slowly, they will be pushing themselves through all the way potentially into the kid's bedroom, taking care of that one player upstairs. But look at how busy it is right here. 4 Elements is determined to take stage control. They do, however, need a Termite, the Exothermic, to open up, and Rabincha comes to do just that. As the angle is still being watched by the Kali, they will be cleared from top. All they will have to worry about now is just a horizontal play against Nitro, who will be their biggest threat, as he holds this very tiny angle, hoping to pick up a kill.
Yeah, long angle still being held for Elements, hoping there will be a mistake made by the side of Imagine 11. Nitro will fall to Chris. It's the Ash getting that kill. Also getting it down on towards Ozark right now. The Jaeger will stand by to probably recover his teammate. But there's going to be Brian S. hopefully with the hero play. Chris will take him out as well, making it into a 5-on-2 situation. Ozark has been picked up by the Kali, and the rest of the team will just be standing by to spray them down. Only Ozark alive in that 1v5. And he's done for as Rabinchu gets his second kill of the round. 4 Elements taking this quite easily, it seems.
Very. I'm really surprised and pleasantly surprised, I have to say, for the fact that the hatch was being held not just from the horizontal level by the Kali, but also one of the players holding it from below, just to be the extra bit of cover that might be necessary in case Lucania got too much pressure upon him. But as we're looking at it right now, 2 rounds already for 4 Elements onto the attack in Oregon, which is a very good record so far. They can be really proud of that, as one more round will basically put them in a very good position to go into the second half and might actually close it out already.
Yeah, it's going to be the Monty, possibly picked up by Monster right here to have a little bit of a change in their game plan. Play a little bit more around one very big armored guy, hoping that possibly that can work together with the Kali as well. I can understand, especially if you looked at how the pressure was being set up in the previous time. I imagine 11 played this side. You had the Romai and the K playing quite up front. And there's one way to put him in a very disadvantageous spot, and that's just trying to push in and being able to have more players chime in towards the room and clear out the player there. Of course, you can also then see a little bit of an improvement from Imagine 11 as the deployable shield this time has been set up in the security box. Whereas the last time around, I believe it was somewhere downstairs where it didn't really come into play.
Quick draw being taken up by Nitro and then reinforcing yet again, or re-barricading, I have to say. It's not really reinforcing. Always get those two mixed across. And we'll be rotating all the way to the small tower as 4 elements looking to indeed enter from that side. However, will they go through the tower or will they go through the bedroom? It's going to be a very important question. Nitro, however, will be able to go for a late flank just in case. Will it be enough?
The shield just covering off Monster right enough as Ozark was peeking in. Now deploying more of his one might is hoping to at least keep his shield and himself alive a little bit longer. The Monster is slowly trying to move downstairs. At the little tower there is still a player, I believe, and it will be Nitro. Possibly to flank in later on as vertical angles are being opened up against Ozark as well. Pressure is almost insurmountable as he's already fallen back, knowing that with that Ash coming in, he doesn't know how to approach it. Pangoro now spotting out the player. Monster will turn around, luckily, because otherwise he would have actually been able to be killed.
For elements, 1 minute 45. Haven't made much ground yet, and as I say, that's going to be purple that picks up Crazen. Drops down in the hatch, somewhat in slow motion it almost looked like, so elegant. There's Monster with the multi now pushing. They're trying to get that top floor control. We'll now know as well that the attic is clear as the hatch gets opened up. Lucani tries to put some pressure. Right now 11 also finds out it's indeed not going to be an elbow and pillar take as they will be coming in from the laundry yet again. Shield can be taken care of in an explosive lands, but of course you first have to take care of these ADSs in that position, and as that is done right now, a beautiful headshot of Robin to come in. Ozark will get his head removed from his body. There's Lucani right here holding a tight angle with the CSRX. Monty about to move in, they're hoping to gain some ground right here with 50 seconds. They want to get a plant in at some point as well. Magna being spotted out, but nothing too much to worry about yet as the C4 rings out. Not dealing any damage though.
Yeah, Monster not too phased about that one, just walks back for a little moment. Still that Kali just holding the angle, hoping to get a quick down, not even necessarily to get a kill. So of course, Imagine 11 is getting more and more pressure on them. Vegas trying to shoot down the Monty will get a good tag. Rabinch with a kill onto Purple as well. More damage being dealt, but it's still not enough to get a kill in favor of Imagine 11. Brian now with a kill onto Pangoro. Down comes in on towards Lucania. That means only Rabinchu is up and standing as he now gets killed. Brian with a double kill, Vegas with the last one, and suddenly we're all on even Stevens. Imagine 11 turn up the juice.
They turn it up indeed. And they did it well. It was about time as well. They didn't really want that round to go into the favor of 4 elements. If that one went to their way, it could have been a map 1 to 4 elements already, even though we are not even done with the first half yet. As for elements right now, we'll be choosing to go for the Monty again. I don't think it was that useful. I mean, they did get some pressure out, but nothing really they couldn't have gotten with just a smoke grenade. Might be more useful to swap that out for a different operator. As Nitro will be swapping over to the Kaid, and there we go. 6-pick to Hibana, not with smokes, but with flashbangs most likely, of course. And that is going to be putting us into round number 5, where site rotation forces them to go upstairs right now. Is it going to be enough, though? Is Imagine 11 going to be feeling confident holding this one off? Is 4 elements going to be able to get a third round nonetheless?
We're going to see the double hard breacher to come out for 4 elements. Of course, on this bomb site, it is understandable you want to open up the attic and, of course, also declose it, unless if Imagine 11 has another cheeky strat, which they will run again. Brian S, of course, has the deployable shield, and so far we only see 1 reinforced wall, so I expect him to do the exact same. But you see 4 elements actually adapting quite well so far, so they will just bring it Ash, shoot it from downstairs, get a kill, or at least deal some damage. The only problem is that right now 4 elements doesn't have a frag grenade, so it couldn't be a direct kill.
Alright. No direct kill indeed. Don't have the opportunity to get the 1 hit down though with the Kali rifle. Sniper rifle CSRX 300. Of course, when it hits the limbs, it does not quite the same effect as Purple wants to go through the doorway, but I don't think he actually fits. Not that anybody will be able to be picked up, though. Actually, Rubinchi might be not in the clear. Have to make a change in that soon, because it doesn't seem like 4Elements is aware of what's going to be happening right here. One of the tanks are coming in, but not quite the kill. Grizz manages to survive as he goes back inside the classroom, quickly getting up and following up with a reaching round there, but it's not going to be enough to actually stop the bandit wires that were on. Fingora, however, perfectly intercepted the roamer coming back. Purple will be taken out. The Electroclaw now been denied as well, as the Exothermic will be deployed. Vertical, however, is going to be taking care of Pangoro, as Brian is going to be able to pick him up through his own hole he created. But the breach is there. Games is open, and that means 4Elements. They can go for a plant if they want to.
Yeah, but you still have Vegas downstairs with a C4 as well. Could actually flank down Chris as well. So the pressure is on. It's going to be 4Elements having to clear out some players downstairs. Not sure if there is a flank drone watching the Mute's position. As we do see a C4 come in. Vegas now taking down Chris the moment Chris went looking for him. Meaning we now have a 4-on-3 situation in favor of Imagine 11. And a slow push to come in from the attic as well. Good tech could come in onto Brian, but he gets a second kill into the route. SMG just reigning supreme.
SMG indeed reigning supreme as Rubinchi tries to move in, gets one kill, but it's not going to be enough. Monster all alone in a 1v3 situation up against Imagine 11. On is lonesome here, but a minute to play is a lot of time. A lot he can do if he manages to force this into separate 1v1s, and well, it is going to be quite hard. Looking at the position of Brian and Ozark right now, they're basically covering each other, and if you want to go through, you first have to go through Vegas, who's holding a very off angle into the attic. It's going to be a hard one for Munster.
There's still one more C4 up and running as well onto Ozark. Just gives you a little bit more room to work with late round, especially as there's still one more canister onto Brian. Monster now dropping down, trying to approach from a different side, but the time is running out. 10 seconds left, has no diffuser, and he's being waited upon by Vegas, also with the SMG. And Imagine 11 now taking the lead in this map, possibly banking on that comeback potential.
Comeback potential possible indeed, but you got to keep in mind, Chadrick, that a 4-2 is a normal split in a game of Oregon for the defense. That means with 4Elements already being on 2, they're finding themselves in a pretty good spot here. They managed to find one more round. Will be more than gladly to go into the second half where they will be on the defense. We have seen from Team 86, the previous map that was on Clubhouse, how powerful it can be if you are a team that shines on the defense.
Well, the kitchen dining hall this time picked up, so no more meeting, which is saddening for the people that love it, but this makes more sense to my brain. I do believe I did see a shotgun from Nitro, however. I'm not too sure until he swaps back to his primary. And quite often on this bomb side, we also see that Maestro being ran in the showers, but this time around on towards Imagine 11, they don't seem to like it operated. Indeed, shotgun coming in from the bandit. This makes me have a little bit of a flashback to a certain show match.
With everything being opened up?
Oh yes, and then us seeing also in a kill box, and I believe I was that bandit or the Jaeger with a shotgun, just being ready to destroy whoever came close, only to team kill later on.
We've seen it in EUL and APAC as well, quite a bit actually, that the Jaeger or bandit were running the MA70. Now, it's quite a good shotgun, especially on a 3-speed. Definitely putting up some pace. Now, if you are a very aggressive roamer in very close range environments, that M870 might help you more than an MP7. If you play it right, that is, and well, you'll definitely have to try to. However, the one thing that doesn't really make sense is when you have a shotgun on your team like that, that relies on quick-paced action on close corners. Why do you open up every single wall you can find? That's going to be creating these long angles they can work with. Not really helpful for the position of this bandit, as here it tries to hold these angles created by the defenders itself. They won't be able to find anybody as of yet.
It's going to be Vegas with the opening kill on towards Robinchu. Hard breacher off the board for 4 elements. That might actually hurt them if the walls are reinforced in their way. But here we do see a lot of soft. Still staying up is Lucario with a clean headshot on towards Vegas. That's the refrag they were looking for. Cam being destroyed now, being prone to hoping to get a kill on towards a re-peek. It's going to be Ozark peeking in, eventually falling as well against that SMG9. As we do see the player lead turning in favor of 4 elements with some great work of the Kali.
Indeed, great work being done here by Lucania, but what they need to be doing quickly now is take control of that showers area, because if they don't, it might be retaken by one of these members as Brian drops down. A grenade was about to rain in. Fortunately, we'll not be able to get that kill, as right here 2 members will be spotted out by that drone, and while they're trying to respond there with the Kali with the long rifle to, well, get 1 kill off, but instead of the long rifle, it's going to be the shotgun of the SMG-11 to get the headshot out. Lucania will fall, a minute will be left on the clock. It's a 3-on-3 situation here, quite some low HP on either side. It's up to, well, a miracle really who wins this one. I don't dare to say it, but 4 elements, they're definitely looking good for this one.
Nitro now moving up with his P12, as of course the shotgun doesn't do too well on range, but still when you're holding the angle he's holding right now, I would imagine swapping over to your primary. Purple has now roamed all the way across to cover the hatch from the dorms once more, as a good angle in case people want to go in towards the kitchen, but Pangoro's already planting. Purple now still upstairs as Chris takes down Brian. Nitro might be the man to bring it back as Purple takes down Chris. Nitro with the follow-up onto Monster, only Pangoro alive. A 1v2, and does he know where they are coming from? He's expecting the angle from Nitro. He knows that Purple is upstairs, but he hasn't planted the diffuser. And that means he'll still have to commit there with only 7 seconds left now. So Nitro will come in, possibly with his Nitro cell will still bait it. Velcro being pulled, but Goro now officially out of time. That means there will be a push, and there will be the round win coming in for Imagine 11.
Not quite sure how everybody suddenly get downed during that one. Definitely not something you would like to see in a situation where you're about to get the bomb plant down or diffuser plant. So 4 elements might feel a bit robbed of that one, as Imagine 11 able to get the 4 rounds nonetheless. It didn't look too good for them at the start of the half, but they will be here. They will be able to turn back that momentum, and I'll put 4 elements maybe a bit trembling on their feet, because this is their map pick they will have to work with, and that means they will have to show it now on the defense why they feel so confident here, why they, well, you know, we're almost able to get 3, maybe even 4 attacking rounds in. The defense is oh so important now.
Yeah, curious to see if we see a little bit of a more upfront hold with a deployable shield, but so far there's only one, and that's on towards Pangoro. No Mira, of course, as I believe she was banned out for this map indeed. But a Wamai could be picked up, and I'm maybe a little bit curious as to why 4 Elements has not picked up that operator on this bomb site. As of course it could help you clear out a lot of utility being thrown towards the site.
10 seconds to go.
Very big difference here between the setup of 4 elements and Imagine 11. Hatch being reinforced, that is. So Black Eye being put up inside of the security room. Should give them information whether or not someone is working on the hatch, someone wants to open that one up. Now I think the shield might be a bit placed too far forward for the ADS to actually do something. Simple breaching around or an impact would already explode before it gets that, possibly, as the Monty almost losing his life right there if he wanted to go for an ADS pre-fire in Lucania. Nitro luckily surviving, otherwise the whole strategy would have fallen apart already.
Monster now falling back as he is using that P90, but goes low, but luckily he hits the dock, so he will heal up, currently still at a pillar location. Lucania standing by as Nitro will go down to Chris, flanking. A lot of pressure towards the construction area, and oh wait, the Monty was actually really close. That is a big gamble without any support of your team, so I'm a little bit confused right here.
It's definitely strange. You don't want to push up there. We saw it with the G2 BDS match where Pengu tried to move himself forward. At some point, there's just nothing you can do anymore. They will either double peek you or they will just outplay you. And if there's no one there to support you, you will fall and you will not be traded. And that's exactly what happened here. 4 Elements basically got a free kill out of this one. It's also going to be the multi that has been removed, and well, that is double the impact actually, as Brian now opening up on the hatch. It's going to be Monsters to get yet another kill. It's a 2-minute advantage here for 4 Elements. That hatch won't matter too much to them.
Now it's the kill box anyway, so the moment you drop in there, there's usually multiple players watching your angle. Imagine 11 currently being spread out big time on towards the map. Ozark coming from the main stairs as Purple still in construction trying to get in, but Ozark now has been spotted. Probably 2 players looking at his general direction to more towards either construction or the back stairs, and there's nobody coming from Freezer, so I don't see the side of 4 Elements really stressing out on towards this moment in time.
All right. 2-4 currently. 4 Elements find themselves in a very good spot on the 2 drones left standing. 3 drones, actually, excuse me. On Imagine 11, that's limited information we'll have to work with, as right now the execute seems to be happening. Good kill from Ozark to come in. Grenade will be cooked as the wall gets opened up as well. Grenade's not going to be able to find anybody though, dealing a little bit of damage onto Pegoro, whilst Rabinchi manages to get a kill down. 30 seconds counting down. Purple going aggressive right here, but he will be down as Lucania takes down Brian. It's all up to the Ash now. Is it going to be able to find a 1v4 and secure the round here for Imagine 11? Or will it be taken down? And will it be 4 Elements that gets closer towards that 4-4 mark? The diffuser was dropped. Bangura gets the last kill. And it's going to be the latter of it. 4-3 is the score. 4 Elements stepping up huge on their first defense already.
Yeah, they're showing that at least here on defense they can bring it back and at least make it close. Because, of course, their offense hasn't been stellar. They did what they need to do, get that 4-2 split, which is decent. But now they need to make it back on towards this round. Make it a 4-4. Then the tertiary bomb site they might lose. But we don't know if that will happen. And we don't know which of the sides they, of course, decide to play. Will it be dining? Will it be meeting together with that kitchen? And, well, it can go either way. We do see the Wumai this time around for Monster, and where will you expect him to play?
Let me check. Well, it would be making sense if either he would be playing near where you just put down the shield, or if he plays down near the attic. Just so you can keep on deploying these magnets depending on where the push will be coming from. Now, I think it will be a bit of an interchangeable object here, right? So they're trying to feel where the push is going to be coming from Imagine 11, and then as soon as they are aware, he will be moving into that position, considering he will charge up these magnets over time. Jaeger is a bit less flexible than that, has to pre-place his ADSs, as they're also not a throwable. And thus, the Wumai is, you know, that operator that you can use more freely, more flexible. Because it also has a good gun, the AUG, compared to the 416, both basically assault rifles.
Yeah, we see some people actually play with the MP5K as well. I do prefer that over the AUG myself. Just makes me feel less like I'm compensating for something. So we do see both the Jaeger and the Wumai sitting around the attic landing. Still on cams, hoping to eventually know what the approach from Imagine 11 will be. We do see the Kali, of course. We also see Ozark on the Yana, so a nade from downstairs could still be an important factor, of course, that can't be denied by a Wumai disc or the ADS.
Alright, Brian moving in. T3 under control, as also T2 under control in the meantime. Looking to see if there's any utility placed around. Maybe that new jammer they will have to deal with, so the LB Lance will do exactly that. Brian will be opening up on the right-hand side, which will allow Purple to create an angle all the way across attic. Risk, however, from this one is that you do not really have a free walk-in into the attic, and as soon as you want to put yourself through that hallway, you're exposing yourself to the maximum of the capacities. Indeed, Monster playing right here inside attic, throwing down these magnets, able to put up some extra utility they will have to deal with on that attacking side. But he's not going to be able to move too far back. Vegas is holding him steadfast.
Yeah, some barricades being opened up by Brian. You see, depending on Vegas' eyes. Lucani now with the opening kill onto Ozark. Vegas with the return frag onto Monster. However, long angles being exploited right there by the Nomad. Makes it back into a 4-on-4 instantly. 1 minute 10 left on the clock. Rubinshu, I believe, tagged up possibly by a wallbang of Nitro because I only heard a Kali shoot. And that means that now the mute is around half HP but still up and running. As we're biding our time, Imagine 11 slowly closing in. That Kali is quite a force to be reckoned with. The CSRX coming in closer, getting an instant down if she does hit you on the body. That should, of course, instant kill as you would expect. And the drone's now spotting out where the players are, but there's still a player in the back right corner. Now Vegas trying to contest, but seeing Rubinshu run at him makes it an easy kill to get the player lead in favor of Imagine 11.
Indeed, the player count will be in their favor, but only 25 seconds left. There's going to be 4 drones that have been pre-placed already, so there's the opportunity to try and get some information, but they're not really in a good position. And as I say, that a beautiful shot comes in. Nitro with a really important kill right here. Pingoro needed to perform, and he's not going to be able to do that double kill to come in, but he's not aware of the third one to be in that hallway. And that means Lucania will fall. Imagine 11 able to pick up that round, and that will put them up 1 round closer to match point, as you saw Big Slaughter just coming through right there. In the middle of Oregon. Try to rotate, try to get the diffuser, stop the timer, win the round, but unfortunately another player was ready.
For Elements, they are now maybe a little bit trembling. Going back to Kids Dorms and Main Hall once again, hoping that they will actually get this round in, because if they don't, they'll be against a match point. They will be able to go back to Laundry and Supply Room, but of course, in the second time you play a bomb site, you would expect your opponents to adapt and become a better set team against a certain threat. Again, no Maestro to come out, an operator we have seen lacking often on this map from either team. And I'm still a little bit confused because the Maestro in itself is such a strong operator, especially with the impacts to possibly trick out certain hard breaches.
They might not really want to give any presence to Maestro here, feel that he doesn't bring too much to the lineup. Of course, he is like an information gathering operator more than anything else. And you also have the Valkyrie available who gets that 1 extra chem. Yes, of course, it's, you know, they're bulletproof ones. But they stick out so much, and often they will be dealt with a quick explosive. And although you have that argument of it can actually zap people, make sure that no plant comes down. I have to say that's correct, absolutely true. But it might not suit these people their game styles, because it requires a very passive game style of keeping your Maestro safe. And it didn't really come down to the Maestro or the player being in a position where he was safe the entire round and was going to be able to be on chems, because the pressure is on the entire time. And that might be why they've opted to not go for a Maestro instead.
Kanya on the roam currently at the showers, hoping nobody will walk in and drop their towel in a surprise moment. But of course he's way off the real pressure from Imagine 11, again focusing on towards the attic area. But, well, with the Valkyrie camps possibly in place, they might actually get a good flank in later, as Ozark is scanning to see where the utility might be. Drones being contested by the defensive side of 4 Elements, but the Almighty still being up means that Monster might be able to play here a little bit longer.
He's going to be able to toss up yet another disc indeed. Also has that ADS still available to him, and that means a lot of the utility will be wasted going through attic. The one thing that stands out to me is that there is no shield placed in attic. They lost it last round. You saw how detrimental it was. Basically, no adaptation came through for 4 Elements. Something that I would have expected to see happen. Sniper holding fast with the Kali rifle, knowing one of these players is inside the armory. They're trying to lock him out one by one. Vegas is already on this window. We have one inside of the bunk beds, and as Ozark takes it out, I believe from below. It's Rubinshu removed off the board. Very impactful kill. It's going to be opening up armory, basically the complete eastern side, ready to be attacked. And as all they need to do now is take care of that one new gemmer, which will come through soon.
There comes the Termite charges. We do see the Kanya Pagoro play close by. Smoke Cancer now being exploited with 35 seconds left on the clock. Purple with another kill on towards Monster. Meaning the defense is failing. Brian now takes another one onto Lucania. Pangoro under pressure will go down as well. Leaving only Chris alive. Gets one kill, but that is all. There will be now a map point in favor of Imagine 11. Going towards most likely Laundry and Supply Room once more. And then possibly to the second map right after.
The Laundry Supply has been unlocked now, and that is going to be an opportunity for them to try and get back into this match, to try and get their 4th round on the board, to put themselves into a fighting spirit. So far, Brian definitely stepping up here. The Heart Breach doing some mighty fine work. But don't forget about the other members of 11. Everybody really showing up here. They're only 1 round away of being 1 map up in these grand finals, and all they need to do then is just nail the next one as well. Make sure it's a quick 2-0, quick and painful for 4 Elements if you want to be closing this one off quickly.
The good thing about 4 Elements is that the players have a lot of experience. It might sound a little bit mean, but in a growing state where they weren't as good, because 4 Elements has been playing in the Benelux scene, or at least the core has been playing in the Benelux scene for a long time, have been performing decently. But only as of late they have made it into the finals as well, and have really shown that the growth they have made is here to stay. And losing a final, of course it hurts, especially if it would be a 2-0, but from our experience, the team of 4 Elements will learn from that and most likely come back stronger in a later stage. Are you muting yourself?
Yes, I was indeed.
I was just wondering, like,
Classic.
either he's drinking, joking, or he's doing the hap, and it was the final
It's
one.
the hack. Of course it is. You now make typing typos when trying to get on the mainstream to
I
really
lost
mess
it.
up right here.
It made me
Let's
feel
say hi.
whole again.
There we go. Goal accomplished.
Indeed. Well, what will this round bring? We do see the dog coming out from Monster once more. I would expect him to run the P90 again as well, as it seemed to be his weapon of choice in the previous attempt with that dog. He did get some kills. He was pressured early on. We did see a lot of aggression coming out from 4 Elements, as the mute of Robinchu is spotting some drones. He's not overcommitting. I'm curious to see how long it will take before they actually decide if they want to clear out this hatch as well.
Flashbangs being tossed in here means that some quick pace is supposed to be coming down. Hatch will be open up soon, but the members of 4 Elements, they left just in time. As a punch hole has been created, Chris trying to hold off to anybody coming down those stairs or dropping down that hatch. Little utility already being used, but both these members, I heard some C4s popping as well. Indeed, one of them has been utilized as Lucania has lost his. 2 smoke canisters already gone as well, and there's 1 minute 30 left on the clock. The last one will be tossed in just now, and that means no more stall available. Lucania, however, is going to be able to pick up that kill. Purple will go down. 1 minute 20 left on the clock. We're counting down slowly but steadily, and if Pangoro goes down right now, that means an opening has been created. However, responses are going to be there. As Chris picks up yet another one. The man advantage in favor of 4 Elements. Are they going to be able to lock this one out, or is Imagine 11 going to be able to come back and clutch this one out, get this round in, and put themselves 1 map up in these grand finals?
Nitro holding the angles, coming in, cutting the cake with the Kali, getting a headshot as well on towards Chris, going for a second frag, takes down Robinchu, and I don't understand why they're trying to challenge the Kali from that long of a range. Nitro finishes off Robinchu with his own rifle as well, leaving it into a 2-on-3 situation. The favor for Imagine 11 just simply cutting the cake. And now we're just waiting what 4 Elements will do. Will they over-aggress, trying to get a kill in return, as they are now being hot-pinked as well? Is the drone game strong for Imagine 11? Yet they still have 5 drones as well on those 5 players.
Brian, trying to move through. A bit of a punch hole will be spotted, but of course no one left there anymore. 10 seconds, meaning they need to go for this plant right now, and a good kill coming in right there from Vegas. It's all up to Monster right now with his P90, trying to go for a pre-fire, but it will not last. Brian able to pick up that kill, and that means good halves in the chat. The first map will go to Imagine 11. on the map pick right here. 4 elements is something we often say. The map pick often goes to the other team. Really seems to be proven yes again here today.
That's often due to the team being more flexible on your opponent's map pick. You do have possibly a little bit of a better expectation of how they will play. You will adapt a little bit quicker. But yeah, a strong 7-3 here. Brian with 12 kills. And I would dare to say that is a true Fragmite in his purest form.
The true Fragmite. I mean, we've already said it's support season, really. Right now, everywhere across the world, these supports, these heartbreachers really shine. In the North American scene, we have it in Europe with Bride, we have it in APAC as well with Hysterics. It just keeps on popping up everywhere. And right here in Clutch, we also have Brian.
Yeah, well, you know what we have? We have Fraser, the man, the myth, the legend. He's standing by to give us some more of his professional analysis, as he probably took notes on his beautiful tablet as well.
As always, Todesmar, it is a pleasure to be watching these games out alongside yourself. I did not mute myself unlike a Sorting Castle this time. I have been
Oh.
doing pretty well. But you know who else has been doing pretty well? Vegas with C4. The man is a savant with that. I said it incorrectly. But anyway, every single time he gets a C4 in his hand, somehow he manages to get a kill. I don't understand how. Like, I mean, come on. Surely, in a clutch situation like that, when you're panicking, surely you're gonna whiff some of these C4s at some point. How come every single time he somehow manages to get kills with them?
I have to say, anytime I got in a clutch situation earlier on with Mira and I had a C4 available, it basically always landed a kill because you know where they're going to be coming from at that point in time. Because, I mean, you're in a clutch situation, they're going to be all around you. It doesn't matter where you throw, you're always going to be able to get a kill because you can just assume where they are at that point. So, I mean, I think a clutch situation is probably the best way to use your C4 to start things off with a bang, and exactly what he did.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely an exceptional match, and looking at how both of these teams played here, you could tell there was a lot of adaptation coming into the play. I mean, with Imagine 11, you could tell, hey, they started off, they wanted to do Meeting and Kitchen as one of their bomb sites, and they recognized, hey, 4 elements are really good at doing this meeting take. They take the back of the big tower, they open the wall up, they go in for the plant. Rebenchu pretty much dies every single time, so Pangoro takes over to try and get the plant down. And ultimately, it worked out pretty well for them. It was good to see the adaptation coming out by them. However, I thoroughly enjoyed it. I got really confused for a second looking at my Arab server going into a custom game of the second map. I got confused and scared.
He's pushing buttons, accidentally
Yeah.
pressing S. We've all been there, right?
So, I mean, talk to me a little bit about this. We did see some rather unconventional defense strats coming out there by Imagine 11. I mean, a Wamai holding upstairs inside security on a laundry bomb site. What about that?
Well, it was quite interesting, and you saw it being tagged up with the Kaid as well, trying to at least have a two-way fire going, at least the crossfire, at least try to extend the safety for the Wamai. Unfortunately, it was a little bit with mixed success. The first time they didn't have the deployable shield there, which really confused me, as of course it would have been a very potent place to put it and at least have your Wamai just keep it a little bit safer for a longer time. But, well, eventually with the second time around, there was just a little bit too much utility coming from upstairs after 4 elements read into the situation, and the Wamai instantly just got away from there.
Yeah, and I mean, secondly to that, we also saw it on the upstairs bomb site in kids and dorms. We saw the smoke playing inside of closet. Usually you reinforce both walls inside of generator or closet. But instead we saw only one of the walls reinforced with a deployable shield there and a smoke playing underneath it. I thought it was kind of interesting to see them try it out. I'm surprised we didn't necessarily see as much of an emphasis on the attackers using grenades underneath to clear it out. We did see the Ash going underneath to clear it out eventually. I like this kind of adaptation coming in by both teams, recognizing what they're doing, what they're trying out. Ultimately, it was quite exciting. Now, we are going to go for a quick break in a second, but last question for you, Hap. Did you enjoy that match? Was there anything you'd like to highlight there?
I definitely enjoy it. The thing I would like to highlight is I think first of all that shield play we saw, it was interesting and unfortunately didn't last due to necessarily peeking from that shield. Something that players do not always understand is if you're behind that shield, it will have to come to you. You have an ADS right there to support you. As soon as the ADS is gone, you start challenging it, not beforehand. Let them use that utility. And also the showers we saw, not really the normal shower hold you would assume that would be played. So there might be some improvement there as well, considering the round was lost.
Great insight as always, Hap. Thank you very much. We are now going to go for a quick break. We will be back with you guys shortly for our next map of Consulate.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Clutch Rainbow Six tournament as we're getting ready to go in towards the second map of our grand finals. For Elements just lost on towards Oregon as Imagine 11 seemed to be strong with a 7-3 scoreline, and Hap we're now getting ready to go to Consulate, so I think the Frenchies have even a greater advantage.
Well, I mean, they did really well at the gunning, and Consulate, quite an aggressive map that we were about to come up to. And that might actually play into the favor of Imagine 11. If they can continue to play how they just did, maybe mix that up with a bit of extra jump outs, because we haven't seen too many of it. Might be a very hard map right here for 4 elements to come up. So it's something to keep in mind and keep in touch with. A Valkyrie and Nomad ban would not be too weird to see.
Now, what other bans we would expect? Possibly a Thatcher as well, as it is often quite contested on this map. Maybe a Monty ban, not really sure, as well, it's not really the most viable operator, but we've seen it be played today a few times, and I think the teams are getting ready. So without further ado, I think we're going to see if the teams will agree with our predictions, or if it will just be another Echo ban, because, well, who doesn't want to get Echo out of the way?
Who doesn't want to get Echo out of the way? It's so annoying when you have like Echo on the line. But let's get into the map. Let's get into Consulate as we start with the ban phase. And ban number 1 will be an attacker as usual. This time for 4 elements to come through, and it will be Thatcher.
All right. So I'm sort of on the right page right now. 4 elements will take that one out. The same ban they had on the previous map, so far I don't have to edit my file at all, as we do see Imagine 11 now banning their offensive operator. Last time around they banned out the Maverick, but as you said, they are relatively aggressive, so a Nomad ban will favor them on their defensive side.
Indeed. Allowing to rotate a bit more freely. Not have to worry too much about these air dips popping up, and as the Echo will be banned out by Imagine 11, they will leave it up to 4 elements whether or not they want to ban out their Valkyrie or use it themselves, as of course they start out onto the defense. Very important detail.
Yeah, well, the Echo out, the Mira not being banned this time, the Valkyrie indeed being contested right here, Intel being denied. So we were quite right with our predictions, Hap, so I'm gonna give us a Corona-proof distance high five. Not sure if anyone heard that, but
it's a bit of delay. I heard it, so
it felt good in my brain.
People heard it, don't worry.
All right, so we can put that on my resume as well. Able to give high fives on the line. Ooh, Oryx being hovered over right now by Monster. It's not a weird pickup on this map. But it's gonna be a bait and turned in towards a clash, an operator you would then not expect, but if you already see a Sophia and a Capitao being hovered over, even a Sledge being brought to the table on this bomb site pick, would you then still go for the clash?
I mean, look, there is a lot of opportunities to counter the clash off, but you will have to catch her off guard first anyway. It's going to be really hard to, for example, get her out of top of yellow, because as soon as you start firing it off, you can just either back off into the bathroom or back off inside of, a little bit of the lobby here, which is being portrayed right now. So that's already a hard one to go with. You might actually want to wait until the very last seconds, when you're having multiple angles covered off, then use that utility to try and take out the clash. But what we often see is that she dies beforehand already anyway. So, I mean, there's counter opportunities. Not sure if they will be utilized though.
Well, Chris now putting down his final ADS. Spengoro is shielding up. And we're going to see how this intel denial as well from Rabinchu will affect the side of Imagine 11. Where will they attack from? As well, I do prefer not to play the clash myself, as you do feel a little bit useless during the round. Of course, you will gain a lot of intel. You will be a big nuisance with your zaps. You can't really gun someone down unless if you take an incredible risk while moving slow, taking out an SMG.
I mean, I'm that person that if a Clash or a Monty is needed on the team, I'll be happy to switch to it, knowing that I'm not the best gunner in the game. But I do know how to position myself well every now and then. So like, yes, it might be boring, but it's also fun to like push them away, to be like, you know, that shepherd that tries to get the sheep into the place he wants them, which is directly the crossfires of your opponents or your teammates. I mean,
Well, it's going to be Brian S with the opening kill, taking down Lucania. And that's a relatively long angle towards where Monster's also currently playing. You see the dev, you see Monster being a little bit flustered and saying, oh, well, sorry, Lucania, I should have covered you up. But unfortunately, he did not do that, as we do see the player lead in favor of Imagine 11. On drone games so far, they haven't lost all too many. 2 in total to be exact, as we now see the clash to be contested by the first asphyxiating bolt. I'm so having trouble with that word.
asphyxiating bolt.
Yeah, I'm Frisian, I can't do it.
Don't worry about it. I've been struggling as well. Often like incendiary, I say, but it's asphyxiating.
It makes more sense as well, because, well, it's fire. Meanwhile, Purple has gotten the kill as well, now gets a running Monster. I'm really confused. It seems like 4Elements has given up on towards this round and wants to get it over with. Possibly to get some highlight reels in to say, well, we did this during an official. But after those 2 opening kills from Brian, still repelling from that CEO of his window, it seemed to go in favor of the offensive side. And I'm curious to see if we will see a swap in bomb side. And indeed, the cafeteria garage will be hovered over with a Mira possibly coming in from Rubinshu.
Rubinshu, the only one with the kill so far. This first round. Very much ran over here by Imagine 11. Really like that name. I'm really happy. It's a good name. Ups to them.
Yeah, well,
okay.
I like it too. We do see the vigil coming out from Chris, so that would indicate a little bit of an upstairs roam. Sometimes if you look at lowland lines, you would imagine to see a duck from next one to go for every peak possible. But Chris also reinforcing around this area to give himself some more leeway, so probably for his own way of coming back, dropping down that hatch would possibly be the place to go. Rubinshu now also reinforcing here a hatch he could sometimes abuse to get an angle in towards the cafeteria. And you don't see it often, but the moment you leave it open, you know it will come to haunt you.
5 seconds to go.
Will possibly come to haunt you indeed. There's Imagine 11 here for the other attack to come up. We'll be utilizing a similar setup, if not exactly the same actually. And we'll thus be probably taking control of Piano just to make sure that they can open up onto the actual breach. We'll continue on from there on. And well, if you want to take Piano, you might want to go from the top floor first instead. And that leaves us into these current 3 players of 4Elements who find themselves up here. But then again, Grenade will be coming through. Quick breaches are there as well. Only 2 players on the site. This might be a quick breach to come in. As Imagine 11 will be having these drones on site right now. A lot of information being gathered. Are they going to be able to go for it? That is the question. Are they feeling confident enough as Nitro is punching open this yellow door, getting that drone and trying to get the information? No one will be spotted out except for the 2 players on site. All 5 around it. Are they going for it? That's the question.
Long angle from Chris, just standing by, not being contested whatsoever. Curious to see how Imagine 11 will try to take this away. They're standing by. The smoke answers are coming in. This will be the execute smoke answer coming in from the smoke itself. Rubinshu with a team kill onto Monster. Drop coming in. Bright with follow-up onto Rubinshu as well. Chris can't find the angle to make it work, and the diffuser will be planted. Purple in the meantime has been dropped as he is now downed. Brian will disregard that fact most likely, as Chris will take him down in the end. But it's still a 4-on-3 in favor of the side of Imagine 11.
And as I said, Brian, he stood up right there, right behind the little yellow step up. Taken out as Chris here, taking a lot of damage as well. Trying to go for the outside roam because they know exactly where they are. However, you got to keep in mind it's not optimally planted. They need to actually expose themselves if they want to be able to securely take down a planter, because someone can just go in now. Someone can go in and get that defuse quite safely, and Chris is doing exactly that. But there comes a jump in, kill coming through. Ozark, the last man standing. The plant or the defuse, I must say, from Lucania will be not in time. Ozark is aware of that, gets the final kill. However, Imagine 11 able to win round number 2 as well, with a perfect attack here almost. realizing that not many players were on site and using that fact to get themselves on there quickly, get that plant in, and force them into that post-plant situation where they suddenly have to go on the retake.
Yeah, that was an interesting take, and it worked out to perfection. Smoke cancers not being able to be put into great use. Unfortunately, also a team kill coming in for Elements. I think that if that didn't come in, they might have had a better chance at fighting here. Once more going for Cafeteria Garage, hoping that that will be a side to win eventually, as at this moment in time, the Frenchies on their offense are starting off really, really well. Angles that were actually planned by 4Elements not working out. And curious to see what they will change around. I think they'll try to keep their setup relatively the same. Just possibly Chris trying to aggress in a different angle. Of course, with the Nomad being banned, you have the maneuverability of a run out.
Indeed have that maneuverability, but you do no longer have the information you need, as the Valkyrie also has been taken care of. That means you have to go for a bit of a guess, play on sound maybe even, see what will be working for you as a team. Right here, 11. Having 2 drones up in Visa, Minshew not spotting these out. There's one of these hatches being reinforced, but not the second one. You know what that means?
I know that the drones were chilling to the music. I know what that means.
I was thinking it might be going for a quick drop, but they seem to be opting off of it.
Well, we will see Chris still moving across upstairs. Monster also with him, so this could actually indicate another fast push coming in from the side. Of course, Imagine 11. The problem is there are those mute jammers. They will have to be taken care of, and that would mean that there would be either a nade, as we see right now, or a peek from yellow stairs. As a nade to perfection. Maybe you try to possibly block that with an ADS, as now they C4 will be prepped by Lucania, but no player will stand close by. So of course, Imagine 11 is now falling back for droning.
This time, not 5 people in front of the garage. It's going to be a split push as Chris right here moving through. As the piano control, and we'll be using that vertical that was created earlier on. Potentially stop people from moving in, but he's scared. He's very scared of potentially these players moving in to actually come and hunt him. And Monster will be there to try and support him. Drones will be coming in, but we might actually see a quick drop through that one hatch that was still opened up. Considering there's 2 players around that site here from Imagine 11. And Ashen and Sophia, both soft breachers, have the capabilities of opening up the hatch that it would like to go through. As instead, the hunt now will be engaged onto the player in piano, it looks like. One around yellow, one around zigzag. You need to decide quickly, though, what they want to do, because otherwise, 4Elements will be able to pick up this round without any trouble.
We see Chris using his ERC7, still not really being contested. Monster now going down the spiral stairs as well. It's seeming like Imagine 11 is just putting down more pressure without actually face checking anything. Ozark now going to half HP. It seems like they're now trying to contest the players. Nitro getting the first kill on towards Monster, moving in via the spiral cells. Spots the player. Where's the communication? Nitro with a triple kill as they all line up for him. Fangoro, the only player left standing, 1v4 is does take down Nitro, but he'll be taken out by Purple as well. And that's a clean 3-0 lead.
Very beautiful round, I have to say. Nitro just going to be able to move in, get 3 kills from there on before he gets taken out. And after that, it's the Ash to clean up the job. And thus a 3-0 lead right now. So far, 4Elements nowhere to be found on Consulate. Imagine 11 absolutely ruling them. If they continue like this, a 4-0, 4-2, 5-1 split might not be too far out here for Imagine 11.
Well, the dog finally coming out from Lucania. Hopefully some aggression to change the pace of this game. They do really need to get those opening kills, because so far, Nitro, especially in this past round, has been able to tear up the 4Elements side. They wait, they get droned out, and they just get out-peaked. And 4Elements just doesn't know how to get the change of pace to get going for him. The spawn peak, possibly that opening kill would net them a round, as we do see Chris slightly being tagged up by an impact.
It's always unfortunate, but it's not the end of the world if it's only about 15 points of damage. You always have that doc that can potentially heal you back up if it's really a big deal. Lose out on one stim, of course, which potentially one revive for 75 HP or just one heal up 40.
10 seconds remaining.
This most likely will not happen until later on in the round when it might be necessary, as 4 elements have bigger things to worry about than the 15 HP that they lost. Because so far, Imagine 11 absolutely throwing them and slapping them around the map, and Lucanio wants to change that with a bit of a spawn peek attempt, but the question is, do they have drones available? They've had so in the past. They should be aware drones are being used right now. Is he being spotted? It doesn't seem like it.
I think they might be aware of his position as he now shoots and moves away. This wasn't really the big aggression I was hoping for. I would have expected him to go a little bit more of a face check angle, trying to get the advantage that way. Now Pre-Fire is going on towards Chris. He has to fall back as well, leaving more room for Imagine 11, but it seems with Lucania on his side, they are still trying to contest this area of the map. You're muted.
Ah! I was quickly, you know, getting unchoked, because I...
Oh.
Yeah.
Saliva or water? What was the problem?
Saliva.
Oh yeah, I have the same.
No,
Yeah. Luckily we
First
have...
kill though.
Yeah, Lucania stepping up, getting the kill onto Purple, missing on towards the drone, but a one-tap will come in soon. It's the edge of the board that's at least some fragging power gone, as now stuns will fall deep on towards the side of 4 elements. That was thrown to perfection, same as the nade on towards Quiz, and that is both the Doc and the Jaeger to be gone. Imagine 11 losing the opening kill, but managing to bounce back no problem whatsoever.
Definitely bouncing back as the smoke is being used. Second one for that meta upside down repel to come in. That is going to be Vegas that will be able to pick up yet another kill. Pangoro and Monster now, the 2 members remaining on 4 elements. One covering off onto the connector, the other using the mirror window that has been opened up to try and deny anybody walking into the projector room. What they do not know, or what they probably do know, is that there's a 2-man advantage, but there's still smokes and asphyxiating bolts available to the likes of Imagine 11 that they can use to just completely cut off that one line of sight of the mirror and put themselves into a 1v1 right here as Monster goes down to 1 HP from that grenade. It was a bit too deeply launched inside, and well, basically the chair saved his life, but Brian will be able to follow up with a 5.56 round right through the eyes. As the plan now goes down from the same person we just saw getting that kill. It's all up to Pangoro now in a 1-4 situation. Tries to go for the first gunfight, but the Vector is a bit of a pea shooter, so will not be dealing too much damage. And he tries to move through. The have to plan the positions. They have all been taken. Gets the first kill, gets not the second though. Brian finishing that one off. An absolute all-round player here in Imagine 11. Star play, you could almost say. He's definitely having a good day, and thus, right now, a 4-0 lead. And this one will really hurt on 4 elements.
Yeah, they're just not getting into it. Monster currently on 0 frags as well. It's just hurting all over, and they're now trying to go back to... actually trying to go for a different bomb site. They were considering the console office once more, but the lobby and press room will now be picked up. It is usually the tertiary bomb site, a bomb site which, due to it being the tertiary, sometimes having a better win rate than the secondary, as a lot of teams do go towards this one as they win the previous 2 rounds. That isn't the case for 4 elements. I'm not sure how they will win it, but at least we see the Maestro again, so at least we know that they do like to play that operator anyway.
Indeed, the Evil Eyes will be brought out. Quickly break the glass first. Indeed, thank you, Pangoro. Little trick, if you do not do that, and you shoot 1 bullet or 2 bullets in the glass because it takes 2 to kill it, the Evil Eye will automatically be destroyed. So you want to make sure that you make it as hard for your opponents as possible to kill Evil Eyes, not as easy as possible.
We do see Lucania opening things up, of course. Super Shorty in the hands of the castle is always a nice addition to create your own rotations. Has those proximity alerts as well. You do see them more and more, especially on the castle instead of the bulletproof camera. If we would talk personal preference wise, would you still go for the bulletproof cam or also now go for this new gadget?
It really depends. If you're playing Coastline, for example, I would prefer the proximity alarm, as Ozark will be able to get the first kill down onto Chris. Spawn peak gone wrong. Absolutely here. As yeah, the prox alarm is better in some situations. In others, you might want to go for the bulletproof camera. It really depends on how your setup is like, because sound could be very important if you do not have the time to be on cams all the time.
Definitely, we just see a lot of stacked up players right here from the side of Imagine 11. Robinchu already being tagged down quite heavily, but Lucania might be tempted to go for a run out. Currently trying to spot out some players. Here's the repels, of course. Is there a Claymore to catch him whenever he falls? As there will be the peek on towards Brian, star player gone, as Vegas has gotten the kill on towards Robinchu. That makes it into a 4-on-3. Still the player lead in favor of the offensive side, yet it could have been better.
Right here, Ozark trying to go for some wall bangs as he spots out a player below, but Pangoro is going to be able to get away with that kill. Another kill coming in the way right here for Element as Monster picks him up. Was supposed to catch out the rotation of Pangoro, but indeed will fail to do so. Taken out by yet another player, but the side control is here, however, for Imagine 11. All they need to do is get into a position where they can go for a plant without being completely punished by the members upstairs. Because right now, every single member but Pangoro is finding themselves upstairs. Pangoro, of course, below. Not sure if he still has a camera to work with. Purple now finds himself right behind the piano, putting up a flank drone, both of them, just to make sure that no drops are going to be coming through, and that means the plant will be shortly following, as there's no more utility available. Impact grenade will be used, but it's on the wrong spot, and will not be able to be used by Pangoro right here. The plant will go down, 45 seconds counting.
You do see the castle coming close, of course, having a shotgun as well, but now trying to punch open this window to tempt a peek from the side of Imagine 11, or at least distract them. 30 seconds left, already 15 seconds down the drain. Monster trying to get an angle in, but so far they're just waiting. Lucania going for the run-out, will be taken out by Vegas, and Purple with the follow-up as well. Only Pangoro alive. He'll try to spray down one, but still, this map isn't working out for 4 Elements. And they're now 0-5 behind. It's looking almost too painful.
It's starting to look very painful here for the likes of 4 Elements. Imagine 11 find themselves 0-5. A very dominating consulate right here. It showed very promising back on Oregon when they managed to get 2 attacking rounds in. Now 4 Elements struggling to get a single defensive round. And of course, Consulate, one of those maps that is a 50-50. It's a coin flip whether or not it's defense side or attack side on the day. As it really depends on the teams you're playing against. But they just seem clueless right now. As Imagine 11 completely in control, in the driver's seat, completely deciding what 4 Elements is allowed to do. And it's not much.
Well, we do see the Mozzie come out. That's a little bit of a different play right here for Elements, trying to deny more intel. Have another C4 working for him. At least it's not the vigil we've not really seen come to effect so far. They're actually doubting on what to reinforce. Chris actually going upstairs now with his reinforcements after considering doing the bathroom hatch.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Out of drone right here, just pulling out Chris casually, finding out where the push will be coming from, or the setup more so set up from, I have to say. As we're playing downstairs, the last hope for 4 Elements to get a single round in on their first half. Trying to start it off with another spawn peek as Chris has a drone available, hacked it. Be trying to get some information out without losing it. Quick jump, lost the drone. Unfortunate.
It's so sad to see, but well, sometimes it's just how the world works, Hap. You don't get to keep everything, as Vegas now gets killed to Lucani. Ozark as well. It's a quick rush coming in from Imagine 11. Ozark with a double kill for himself. Monster luckily to get some kills in return, but it's a 6-0 as Nitro gets 2 more of his own. This round went way too quick.
It was a very quick round, indeed. 4 people will be moving down the basement. Nitro is finding himself in the yellow stairs. Was able to flick the first one. I was still upstairs. Instantly replying to Monster, who was, of course, holding down the left mouse button on the main attack foe as it was coming in, the spearhead of the attack. And thus, right now, 0-6. painful sight here for 4 Elements. That means that they cannot afford to lose a single round, because if they do, the match is over, the map is over, the finals are over. And it would mean that Imagine 11 will be the champions of the first edition of Clutch. And in 06, they're definitely looking to make that first edition end with a blowout.
Well, one thing we have seen so far is that Imagine 11 has been strong on either side, and now going on towards, normally you dare to say, the favored defense. This could be a quick 7-0 to destroy the dreams of 4 Elements. Of course, they won't go home empty-handed. The prizes are as follows. 3,000 Rainbow Six credits going for the team that places first, and also for the team that places third, as the team that places first also gets 5 in real life Rainbow Six chibis, and those chibis also go to the team that finishes second. So at least if 4 Elements does lose it out right here, they will have something to remember his final bye. I'm not sure if that will be a great memory to keep.
I mean, the chibis are the most important part, right?
I got some new chibis. I'm really happy.
Which ones do you have?
I already put them in the different room. It's the castle, the
really?
dog, like the new ones.
I don't have them yet. I tried to find it, but I couldn't find it.
That cheeky smile on that castle, 10 out of 10, man.
Yeah. No, I couldn't find them on the Ubi shop, so I was like, oh, unfortunate.
They'll be there one day or soon enough. Like, Milan was dishing them out, only having 2 sets for us. But like, they are so clean, and I'm saving a lot of them just to have the sickest game room in the end.
I have them on my background on my camera.
Yeah, I see them all the time. I'm like, boy, he's got everything going for him. But like, how are you gonna fit in new ones? Because you're almost out of space.
Let's go to the bottom, just remove all the discs.
Oh, that's clean, that's smart. Well, let's see how the rest of this match progresses. 2 minutes left, no kills yet to be gone by, as Imagine 11 on the defense is throwing in every other C4 they have, leaving only Nitro his impact as the explosion they have. Brian with the first frag, SMG onto Robinho, Ibana off the board, I think through his own created hole, and that will hurt possibly the legend himself, as well as 4 Elements.
4 Elements indeed, very hurtful here. Only have 3 more drones available for these last 90 seconds.
Make it 2.
When... Oh yeah, only 2 left. Oh, wait. What do you mean make it?
It's going so fast.
These drones is going so fast. It can almost not keep up. As the window is being opened up for Elements, we want to put some pressure, but there's people everywhere. As a bit of a pre-fire comes down, Chris takes a bit of damage, but finds the head of Ozark, which is more important at this moment in time. Vegas responds onto Monster. Pangura wants to move into Projector Room, but he's not going to be completely sure whether or not it's going to be clear yet. Nitro is going to be able to pick up a kill, and then we have right here the smoke of Brian sitting behind the shield, and Nitro ready to support him right here from the Connector Room. Flashbangs coming out, but so are the smoke canisters. 50 seconds left, and it's soon to be ending right here. There's a bit of a stalemate coming down right now. Some angles being watched. 4 Elements hoping to get a pick, hoping to find someone who's a bit too aggressive, a bit too overzealous. But most likely, Imagine 11 not going to be able to give this one away. They're not going to be greedy now. They want to end this up with a 7-0 sweep. And so they most likely shall. Last smoke canister being used right now. There's no utility on either side to go through. And as the smoke pops here, it should be the entry, but will it be? As Vegas sneaks through, able to pick up 1 kill. The last one will fall as well. It's Vegas with the double kill. It's Imagine 11 to win it with a 2-0. And a 7-0 clean sweep from the second map. Absolutely obliterated.
Yeah, just pure victory and flawless victory as well for Imagine 11. Ozark being the MVP of this map according to the Rainbow Six client. But I think with the pressure we've seen from Brian, especially on that Thermite as well, I think we're going to name him our MVP. 7 kills for him, 3 deaths on the table. It was just such a dominant victory. And of course, 4 Elements not being quite sad. Well, at least they will be sad, but not toxic whatsoever, as of course they will bounce back stronger at a different date.
They'll have to come back in the future. Maybe the Benelux Cup, for that matter. Maybe the Benelux League, when that comes around yet again. They could use this as a warm-up.
Yeah,
Like, you know?
it's at least a moment where, of course, there are some big prizes. Of course, there's a big title. You can practice, as you can say, and take this loss, become better, and then still enjoy the criticism or at least feedback you will be given by Fraser.
Well, hello there, Torismore. It's always good to speak to you, and I'm not muted this time, so we are still doing better than Hap. Just double check there. We're doing pretty
It's
well
not
there,
a
but you know
stream with
what?
me if I'm not muted. It's my trademark at this moment. in
It's
time.
one of his
Honestly,
unique
yeah.
selling points.
Yeah.
He's pretty good at that.
It's the
But
secret.
anyway, it was an outstanding match coming out there by Imagine 11. They smashed it out of the park. You could not have asked for a better final if you're on the side of Imagine 11. I'm pretty sure that for Elements may have wanted it to be a little bit close, but you know what? Respect to both teams for giving it their all. The amount of energy and just zeal that they really put into a lot of these rounds is commendable and admirable. I thoroughly enjoyed that. And one thing I'd like to point out, by the way, Hap, you're gonna like this. In that second to last round, no, you're gonna love this. Trust me. Okay.
Okay.
In the second to last round, we saw that rush strat coming out by 4Elements. That was the first time that it failed. They tried it in the first match that they played of this tournament against Slaughterhouse, round number 3. They tried it on Villa, and it worked to perfection. Tried it again in their next matchup against Activit on Theme Park, and again, it worked out magnificently. This was the one time that it didn't work out, and unfortunately, it was the one time that it mattered. They couldn't pull it through in the end, and again, a clean sweep coming out there that's got to be heartbreaking, right?
Well,
Very.
I think it's a mental block as well, because if you're like 4-0 behind, you're trying everything you can on your defensive half. How are you going to improve that? Of course, everyone will be like, yeah, I'm not hitting my shot. How are you going to improve that? You can't. Well, you're already in the game. You're just having to rely possibly on a little bit of luck, hoping that everything will go your way. If it doesn't, well, you'll be in a world of trouble. And that's what we saw here for 4Elements. Of course, on the first map, they were a little bit stronger. The second one just didn't work out. And maybe on a different date, they would have performed better.
Yeah, I mean, in that last match there, you could really see the influence that Purple and Nitro were both having there. I mean, time and time again, they were entry fragging, they were gunning. Them on an Ash and a Zofia, they're perfect. They're absolutely tearing the opponents apart. I mean, Hap, you need to have players that can really step up and have that influence in around, don't you? Like, being able to just gun it out and say, you know what, I'm a Zofia, mate, I've got rushed down this staircase and that bomb site is mine.
I mean, that used to be the case. You used to have two insane players, and one would be main entry figure, one would be the backup, and respectively roles Ash and Sophia. Nowadays, we seem to be getting a bit more of a balance around. Everybody seems to be able to step up, even the Heartbreachers. And I have to say, Brian played really well as well on the second map. A bit better on the first one, but overall, really stepping up here. And there is no more like true gunners or like that kind of stuff, because everybody needs to show up now. And if you don't, you're going to be a weakness for your team, and that might cost them rounds and maybe even matches.
Yeah, I mean, you hit the nail on the head right there. Brian, standout MVP for yourself at least. 2 plants going down in 7 rounds. That's pretty good when you consider how important it is to get that objective down and to prioritize that, sometimes over getting the frag fights and getting those rounds won. At the end of the day, there's a reason why Imagine 11 came out on top. They've had a tremendous kind of week so far. It has been superb, at least from my own side. Thank you so much to Todesmar and Hap. Thank you for joining me. And I'm going to pass it back over to Todesmar to end things up.
Well, thank you very much, Fraser, and of course, Hap, for joining us in this last series of the tournament. Of course, thanks to everyone from home helping us out by being here, supporting us, and of course, possibly winning a raffle as well for the Chibis. Of course, thanks to all our observers. We had quite a few, so you will see them in the title afterwards. And that means this will be the end of the first season of Clutch. We hope to be back soon. Of course, it all depends on Simon and if he needs to get another degree in school. But of course, he will try to support it even longer. Thank you all for watching, and we hope to see you soon.